Good morning, everybody. Assemble. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Tuesday stream. You hear scatter? I don't really understand the scatter meme, but sure. I guess streamer man appears on stream, so we leave is hella funny. I see. All right. All right, welcome everybody. How's everybody doing? Enra, thank you for the early prime during the starting soon screen. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. All right, we have an interesting day ahead of us. Thanks, Crazy. Thank you for the 20 months and the kind words. Appreciate you. Very long time of support. Thank you so much. Slayer, thank you for the 5. Tebow, thank you for the 6. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Today I want to play some more Master Duel later, simply because, you know, it's kind of an exciting time right now. I am kind of tired of playing Super Heavy Samurai after one day already, so we're going to experiment a little bit. And, you know, while I was opening packs for the Super Heavy Samurai cards, I'm pretty sure I picked up the entire Gold Pride deck, so I thought we might as well, you know, dabble around with it a little bit. Try maybe make a Gold Pride Punk deck or pure Gold Pride deck. I don't know, maybe try some Terror Top or anything like that. I don't know. We're gonna have some fun today, basically. Yesterday, we mostly tried Super Heavy Samurai and Vanadium, which are like the new combo decks, Elephants in the Room, that kind of stuff. But you guys know I don't enjoy the combo decks the most, so we might pick up something else and try a little bit of other stuff today. But beforehand, obviously we're gonna do the warm up in a second. But there's another thing I wanted to do a little bit more often that I realized during at the end of last week, where I took some days off to think about the content that I do and so on and so forth. And that's a little bit of discussion content, and we're gonna jam in some into one of the more common discussions being held in the Yu-Gi-Oh community later, which is, you know, talking about the price of this game and stuff like that. So we're gonna have a little bit of a discourse later where I invite you guys to take part as well, obviously, because that's the main advantage of doing it live on stream, is that you guys can take part. So that is something that we're gonna do. I have prepared for it in some ways. Like I've made some notes of stuff that I want to talk about. I hope it's gonna be somewhat, you know, not all over the place, basically, but we'll talk about that in a little bit, which I think is a very relevant topic. I mean, not just right now, but like always, I feel like when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh. We'll talk about that in a second. Despise, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate the Prime. Don Balance, thank you for the 12, the full year as well. Thank you so much. All right. First things first, though, while everyone is getting in here, we will do the warm-up, of course. So we will start by guessing some cards and wait for everyone to get ready. Dude, we have a hype train running already. Amazing. Thank you, guys. All right. Card guesser begins now. What do you have here? Is that Pearl Rhino? That is Pearl Rhino. I could have gotten that without zooming at all. Ildada, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you as well. What is this? I don't know what that is. Card of Sacrifice. Okay, haven't seen that one before. Have I seen this? It looks kind of Fire Fist-y, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a Fire Fist, but I don't know which one this is. Lion Emperor. Oh, the Exceed. This is the Vernusylph, I think. What is she called? The Vernusylph Vera? Vera. Yeah. All right. What do we have here? Oh, that's Simoon, I think. Yeah. Desert Twister. Yeah. All right, good start. Good start. Ooh, that's a terrifying. This one? Yeah. The trap hole. Oh, I know this one. I think. What is that? I feel like I've seen this. Oh, it's white-horned dragon. White-horned dragon. Maybe Witty Phantom? No. Javelin bee? Javelin beetle. Yeah. Oh, is that the ritual? Yeah, I think so. Maybe not. What is that? Oh, God damn it. Performapal Uni. Okay. This is some Blue Eyes support, but I do not know what it's called. What is that called, chat? Rage? Rage with Eyes of Blue. Yeah. It's another Performapal. You can tell by the stars. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, I don't know what that's called. Fire Muffler Lion. Whatever, man. Oh, that's the Adignister Golem. Earth Golem. Right? The super poly target. This is I think that's Bonfire Colossus. No, it's not. Ooh, Lakeside Lady. Yep. That does not ring a bell. Generator Boss Quest. Okay. Don't know the generators all too well. Especially not the spell traps. Ooh, that's a Dino Mist. Rex? Rex. Oh, this is very old. Okay. Oh, I know him too. Sylphie. Is that Sylphide? Yeah. Metabo Shark. Do I know this? It's not Widespread Ruin, but I've seen it, I think. But I don't know what it's called. Fusion Guard. That does not look like that at all. Don't know that either. I don't. Oh, no, that's Metaltron. Metaltron. Zephyr Metaltron? Yeah. Something dull. Bisque? The hell is Bisque? Is that even how you say it? Bisque? I don't know. It's a clown, I think. I'm not sure which one, though. Ryo Kishin? Ryo Kishin. Ooh, that's a Synchron or Warrior. It's Road. Is it? It's not Road Warrior. It's the Synchron that belongs to Road Warrior. Okay. Oh, this looks familiar. Oh, this is this Labyrinth of Nightmare? Is it? No. Theban Nightmare? I thought it was something Nightmare, yeah. This looks familiar. Does it? Change my mind. Actually, no, I don't know. A Morphage, okay. That is a Visas card, but... Oh, I don't know what that's called. Scareclaw Alternative. Okay, no. I think that's Evil Eye. Medusa? Medusa. Elfuria? No. Elphobia? That's the one. Okay. Melfi. Penny. Please? Thank God. I've seen this thing. Top Runner. This is looking like, what are these called? Chemi critters? Okay, I'm gonna try one. There's not that many. Deox Ogre. God damn it. Oxy-Ox. Okay, well. Crystal cards. That is not something I'm gonna try. There's too many. If I type crystal. Yeah, it's not even called crystal. Good thing I skipped. I don't know this one either, man. Major Riot. Does not look like a Major Riot, I'm gonna be honest with you. Ooh, this one though. Machine Lord. No. Wait, what is that? Commander Covington? Really? I've seen it. Yeah, okay. Oh. Wait. Senate switch, right? Yeah. It's an archetype now. Nope. Actually, what is this thing? The Galaxy dude that they played in Cyber Dragon. Soldier? Right. Shien's... that dojo? Does dojo have these colors on it? I'm not sure. No. A maze attraction? Really? What is it then? Horror house? No. That's an amazement card? I thought that was the Six Samurai. That's what? Heh. Okay. I don't want to talk about this one. Bro, I'm just skipping everything. This one. Yeah. Oh God, I know this one. I've seen it 1000%, but I have no idea what it's called. Disenchanter. Disenchanter. It's like a very old common card. What are you? Have I seen this? Robotic Knight. Bro, today is such a bad round. Oh, that's the Exceed. The level 2 synchro. Is it this? No. Steel Swarm? Wait, what? Oh. Oh. It wasn't what I thought it was. I'm getting destroyed right now. This is terrible. It's actually terrible. I haven't seen any of these before. It's Omega washed. God Slime, right? God Slime. Yeah. Hey, I've known a card. That's crazy. Hasn't happened in a while. Is that Mega Caius? I think so. Yep. It's too late for a comeback. Proving ground. Could have gotten that earlier, but it doesn't even matter at this point. The round is Omega dead anyways. Battle Guard King. Yep. Bro, who Megalol? Oh, this one though. Fighting Spirit? Battlemania. That's the one. I think you're right. It's not Fighting Spirit. Yeah, it's Battlemania. It's another Steel Swarm. But, dude, I'm so bad with these. No, it's not Yaksha. Kasha. Dude. We're not even gonna get 600, man. How? Oh, Photon Lizard? Yeah, okay, we got 600. We got 600. It was still bad, though. Like, bad. What the hell was today? What the hell was today? I don't even know what this is. Karakuri stuff. Cash in. Man. Okay, I have no defense. I have no defense. You guys need to stop holding your subs for this moment. Just to call me washed when we finish the card caster. Stop doing that. Anyways, thank you for the 8 months probably last. Appreciate you. Okay. We have lower than level 4, not a dark, not a warrior, not an exceed, higher than 1500 attack, lower than 1500 defense, older than 2015. I'm thinking Air Bellum fits all these categories. It is a level 3 earth monster with 1600 attack, but it is not a tuner. It's newer than 2009, and it's not a beast. Level 3 Earth 1600. Level 3 Earth 1600. The year is 2010 until 2014. What kind of archetypes did we have that had a lot of Earths that weren't beasts? There is Karakuris. Is there a Karakuri level 3 with 1600 attack? I can't remember one. I don't think so. I don't think this could be a Karakuri. Not one that I could remember. Scrap Scrap didn't have many level 3. Oh. Okay, I wouldn't have remembered this card. I just found it because I remembered Scraps had a lot of Earths, but this one was not one of the ones you would actually play. Well, this one always goes smoothly. This one always goes smoothly, at least. That's fine. It was Scrap Hunter. Once per turn, select the face-up Scrap monster you control, except this card, destroy it, and send one tuner from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, not very good. Not a very good card. Okay. All right. We simply will not talk about the card guesser anymore. All right. Before we hop into any of the content of the day, I wanna start by doing two things. The first thing is I wanted to take a quick look at the most recent OCG Metagame Report because it is somewhat relevant for what we are about to talk about. And then also just some general stuff. Today my father asked me to clean his car, and so I spent the whole morning doing it. After some time I went back inside and he asked me how the car was looking. Josh, I replied. He just smiled and nodded. He knew that it was washed. Okay, I see. Fair play. Okay. We have updates from the OCG land, where, if you guys remember, we had a ban list recently that did not touch the wanted engine pretty much at all. And spoilers, we're going to talk about the wanted engine a little bit more today at some point. Fire King, and this is the reason why I wanted to talk about this real quick, because it's not going to take a long time because there's nothing crazy that has happened. Fire King is still the best deck by a long shot, followed very closely by Snake. I mean, not that close actually. It's like a 25% difference, but Snake Eye is in second place, pretty much sharing that second place with Voiceless Voice, as it is called now. In all honesty, Snake Eye and Fire King Snake Eye are almost the same deck. I feel like it would be more accurate to call them both Snake Eye decks, but I guess it is worth mentioning that, you know, the Fire King package it's more like an engine inside of the Snake Eye deck, but it is super popular over there, right? Obviously. The one thing that's important to note is that even though Fire King is making up 33% of the meta and Snake Eye is following at almost 9%, which is a combined over 40% of the metagame being occupied by fire decks, and if you wanna add Rescue Ace to it, you're hitting almost 50% of the meta with fire / wanted / Diabellstar / Snake Eye kind of decks, right? It still leaves some room though for other decks to be played. You know, it's not like these other decks are completely unplayable, which is something that we're going to talk about a little bit later, because, you know, we're gonna talk about the price development in the TCG as well a little bit, as a kind of a discussion that we're going to have today. And one of the points that I want to talk about later today that we're going to discuss is also like, are you able to play a deck that doesn't require the wanted engine, right? And even though the deck is very dominant in the OCG, it is good to see that it's not reaching the point where you literally cannot really do anything with any other deck, because there is decks there that that are somewhat performing. You know, Voiceless Voice, Branded, I mean, Flu, Labyrinth, those there is decks that you can play. It's not like you're completely forced to play a fire deck, or you basically can't compete at all. But still, you know, it is clear that the fire decks are the best decks in the OCG even as well. And you know, it is obviously not always the same when a deck comes over to the TCG. However, it is very, very likely at this point in time that we will be seeing fire decks take over the meta completely with Phantom Nightmare. So it is something to be on the lookout for, right? But I believe as far as the deck lists go, I don't think we need to spend that much time on it, because we've already looked at an OCG Metagame Report from 2 weeks ago, and I don't see any new discoveries here that are really worth talking about. Yeah, we might take a closer look at these kind of lists when Phantom Nightmare is around, you know? But yeah, I don't think there's anything completely crazy here that we need to talk about. Branded still being played as a 60 card deck with grass is worth pointing out, you know, because that's a huge difference to the TCG. But obviously we have a better situation overall for Branded on the ban list because we don't have Branded Fusion on there. We don't have Lubellion Limited, so like I think that kind of makes up for that, right? What is Droplet for? I assume you mean in the side decks. I'm not entirely sure what they use Droplet for. I don't think it's that good for like the Fire Mirror matches. The Fire Mirror matches, I think what they mostly side is Cosmic Cyclone and like Soul Release. Those are, I think, what they use for the mirror matches. Some people do Scythe Lock. Okay, right. I forgot that they still have Scythe. I'm not seeing it here. Oh yeah, I guess here it is in the side deck here for this Fire King player. I suppose that might be it, right? Oh, is it because, oh, it's because Kirin can pop any card on the field, right? Is that how they pop Scythe? Is that what they be doing? Those nasty Scythe players, are they popping the Scythe with Kirin? After it's been destroyed, you revive a Fire King and destroy a card on the field. And so you pop your own Scythe. Kirin and Flamberge. Wait, oh, Flamberge as well. You can like put it into the spell and trap zone and then summon it out with Flamberge. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. Well, I guess that's what the Droplet is for. There, you have your answer. Well, yeah. There's still a lot of cards here that should be banned in the OCG, but yeah, okay. Yeah. I just wanted to quickly look at it. I don't want to talk about it in too much detail, but it is some valuable context for what we're about to do next. And in general, I suppose you could call it an announcement, but one thing that I want to do more often, because I don't want to have the entire discourse right now, but we've talked about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content recently, right? There's been this discourse in the community. My most recent YouTube video picks up on it as well. And I don't want to go into too much more detail in that discussion, right? But when I took some days off the last week, towards the end of the last week, I have made some plans on what kind of things I could incorporate in my streams to get some more in-depth TCG content out there, and there are a couple of things planned actually. Some of them need more time to prepare. Some of them I need more time preparing stream content for. But one thing I think we could do a lot more often, and is also not that hard to do, is discussion kind of content, because it's also, quite frankly, the content that I probably enjoy the most when it comes to streaming, is just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, but not just talking against the wall, but having like discourse with Twitch chat, because I think that's one of the biggest advantages to doing this sort of stuff live, is getting input, getting questions, getting any kind of interaction with chat going, right? Even though, you know, depending on how many people send messages, it's hard to keep up with, and so on and so forth. But I think one of the biggest advantages of doing this kind of stuff live is having chat interaction as well, right? And I do plan on having these sort of things be kind of like a quote unquote, you could call it Yu-Gi-Oh classroom or something like that, because I do want to try getting some more competitive Yu-Gi-Oh topics out there to you guys, you know, like we could do things like and we will do things like sit down and talk about, like, for example, how to side deck, or what makes a Yu-Gi-Oh deck good. I've been collecting these sort of topics already. I've been writing them down, and I've been preparing these sort of talks for on-stream sort of discussions, right? And I think that's going to be something that I'm going to really enjoy, but I think it's also something that you guys are going to enjoy, right? And I think this could lead to some, I mean, these things are eventually also going to be made into YouTube videos, and then we're going to have more in-depth content over on the YouTube as well, and I'm going to see how it's going to perform. And it's something that I personally really look forward to, but it's also something that I think a lot of you guys are gonna enjoy, because I think ultimately, even though I am trying to create an entertaining environment for you guys to be enjoying the stream and all that kind of stuff, I think a lot of you are also here for the competitive aspect of things, right? For the competitive content, right? And so I do want to get that stuff in here as well. The thing about this kind of stuff, one hurdle that I kind of have, and I feel like I'm setting it just for myself, right? But I don't know how much of a thing it is like, when I am creating competitive sort of content, I have this kind of high expectations for myself that I have to do it in like the best possible manner and make sure everything is as structured as possible and as understandable as possible and so on and so forth. So I've been kind of starting to prepare these kind of discussions, but I want to hold them in the right order, right? I want to talk about topics in the order that it makes sense and all that kind of stuff. So I think I need some more time to prepare it, but I think we're going to start with it relatively soon. I'm going to take some time to think about what kind of topics we would be best to talk about first, and so on and so forth. And I think it's going to be a good time. All that being said, I do want to, in general, I want to have discussion content be a more reoccurring thing on the channel, and not just picking up anything that's been going on in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, but also doing it, basically starting a discourse of something that is not being talked about already, right? That being said, today we are talking about something that has been making the rounds recently, and I have prepared some notes for it, so we have it in a little more structured, a little bit more of a structured way, and that is, it's not something that's necessarily has anything to do with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, even though I do think it does, but it is something that I feel like is still worth talking about when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment, and that is card prices. We're gonna chime in on the currently ongoing discussion of, you know, is Yu-Gi-Oh too expensive? And it feels like it's something that pops up every other month or anything like that. Is something that just happens, you know. People are throwing it out there, and I feel like it'd be good if I made my, because we have talked about it in the past, but I wanted to just collect all the points that I've made or all the things that I'm thinking about it and have a discourse about it in one place, just that, you know, the stuff is out there, the arguments are out there. And so of course the cause for the current, I even want to call it an outrage, because every once in a while it seems to be worse than other times, is obviously the fact that the wanted package is incredibly expensive at the moment. So just for context, I feel like the wanted engine being expensive is something that's been going on for a while, but I think the card that really has brought everyone over the edge of complaining is the bonfire, right? I feel like it's people are always complaining Yu-Gi-Oh is expensive. I think the point where it got into an actual discourse that was to be had again was when bonfire appears to be at this point, and I'm using European prices, a 65 euro pre-sale kind of card, right? Is the current situation, right? And we're going to talk about other things as well. You don't have to name all the examples of currently expensive cards. You know, we're going to talk about Thrust, we're going to talk about SP, all that kind of stuff today. But I feel like the wanted engine and bonfire are what really sparked this discussion at the moment, right? And before I kind of before I bring forward some of my points towards this, I want to tackle some of the more common points that are being made at the moment, and give you guys my opinion on it, and also discuss these things with you guys, right? So yeah, one of the more common points that's being made is that people are comparing it to other times, right? People are like, oh, you think it's bad right now? You know, remember Teledad? remember when this card was $200? Remember when Crush card was a price card that cost you $1,000 or anything like that, right? And even though you technically are right, maybe there were periods in Yu-Gi-Oh where it was worse, maybe there were times where it was better as well, but in general, I think this sort of stuff is not a very good argument. I don't think it's a very valid argument either, because only because it used to be worse doesn't mean that it's good right now, if you get what I'm saying. Like, if it's an actual problem existing for people today, it doesn't freaking matter that you had it worse when you started playing Yu-Gi-Oh in 2008. You know what I mean? Like, it's very much of a non-argument, right? Like, yes, the game has always been expensive, but I do not think that makes it okay, right? And another argument that I very commonly hear is that, like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh has always been expensive. It's a luxury, right? Being able to play Yu-Gi-Oh is a luxury, and you know, whatever, hobbies are expensive, that kind of thing, right? To which I say, you're not wrong, right? You are not wrong if you say, okay, it's a luxury to be able to have a hobby like this and collect and all that kind of stuff, right? But still, my personal take on this is that even though we have kind of learned to deal with it, we've kind of come to terms with the fact that it is a luxurious hobby to have, it is an expensive hobby to have, it doesn't necessarily justify it, or it doesn't mean that that is the optimal way how it should be. Because honestly, I want to start this discussion by just making my first point, which is that whenever a card is expensive, that shit sucks. I think it sucks. I think it sucks when Yu-Gi-Oh is expensive, because my very simple take is that the more people are able to enjoy this game, the better. Period. That is my opinion. I love this game and I want everyone to be able to enjoy it. And the fact that decks being expensive forces people out of, or stops people from actually playing the game, it sucks. I think it sucks, and I don't take any pride whatsoever in being able to afford expensive cards or having a luxurious hobby or anything like that. I don't want it to be that way. Even though you are right, it is that way. You know, some people are proud of being able to afford expensive stuff and having a hobby that's, you know, makes them spend a lot of money if they're able to afford it. I'm not like that. I hate it when this stuff is expensive. I want as many people as possible to be able to enjoy the hobby. That's my take. I think there's nothing wrong with being proud of, I don't know, owning expensive cards, or taking pride in having a very rare card. Whatever, you know, that's okay. But I don't think that it should price out other people from playing the game. And there we are going to talk about potential solutions for this sort of problem, because another point that is very commonly being made, that I want to speak up against a little bit, is the always critiquing, you know, oh, Konami just want to make money or something like that. And we've talked about this in the past, but I personally think that is something that is very natural for a card game, is that the freaking company wants to make money. Yes, we don't have to hide that fact. And I am not mad at Konami for trying to make money, because let's be honest, I hope that Yu-Gi-Oh makes them plenty of money for a lot of years to come, right? So that is the one thing I also want to set straight. While I do want the game to be as affordable for as many people as possible, I also want Konami to be eating good, basically, right? So, like, we can't just make the point of, oh my god, a company bad for trying to make money, right? I think the problem here is that we are a little bit out of balance between what Konami thinks makes them the most money and what people feel like is reasonable, right? Because what I do want to talk about is, are there maybe other ways for Konami to still make money, but maybe be still more consumer friendly, and in return maybe even attract more people to the game, because even if you make a little bit less money off of an individual, if there's more people out there that play the game in response to that, then maybe you're making more money or the same amount of money with everyone being a little bit more happy, right? Like if you attract more players to the game, you have to make less money off of each individual player that plays the game in order to sustain, that kind of stuff, right? So I think that's the direction I wanna drive the discussion towards. Is there maybe a better way that would make people more happy and the game more affordable, with Konami still being able to make money, right? Because that's the one thing we can't use as an argument, is like, you can't use the argument, oh, Konami shouldn't be making money, right? Because if there is one thing you cannot argue with, as much as you maybe would like to, is that the way the current system is, which we're going to critique the current system in a bit, but the way the current system is, it has been working for them for a long time. This is not something they've recently started doing, making the chase cards high rarity is a system that they've been applying for 20 years or something like that, and it's been a very, very good business for them. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to exist for the past 25 years, this game, right? They have been doing this since the start, pretty much, right? Like, the chase cards have always been up in rarity when they came over from the OCG. They've always been secret rares, hard to find, short printed, all these kind of things, right? And it's been working for them, and that's the problem, essentially, is that it has been working so well, right? Which on the one hand is good for the game, right? That the fact that it's been working, but at the same time, obviously a lot of people would like the system to change, but it is hard for a company to change a running system, right? That's that's one point I'm trying to make. But okay, that's kind of the stuff I wanted to say about this, the very commonly discussed points and arguments that are being made. But like, let's look at the current situation a little bit more, right? And one thing we're also going to bring into this is to have a little spin on the discussion, as like from a current competitive perspective, is how bad is it going to be moving into the next format? Are you going to be forced to pay that money for the wanted engine or anything like that if you're trying to compete, right? Is that something you will have to do, or is there maybe a way around it that is not going to be as expensive? That is something I want to include in the discussion as well, right? So obviously, biggest culprits right now: wanted engine, bonfire. I mean, I only opened up the wanted engine, but freaking wanted is $80 right now, and I think it used to even be higher. Yeah, it's like 2 weeks ago the card was even higher than that. I don't know what exactly made it go down. I'm not here to talk about the exact price developments of this card and so on and so forth. That is not my job of predicting what a card is going to be in a couple of days or anything like that, which, by the way, that's another common point that people make. People were like, and this is one of the most outrageous arguments in my opinion, people were like, oh, if you bought this card at release, you would have paid way less. Or another argument that I very commonly hear, or I read it somewhere the last, I don't know exactly who said it, but it was on Twitter. Someone said, oh, but I made like a couple weeks ago, I bought this many of that card because I knew it was going to go up. And then I sold all of them now, and now I can afford the whole wanted engine basically for that, because I was smart a couple weeks ago and bought another card. Those two arguments, I am very much baffled how anyone thinks that's an actual argument. First things first, only because wanted was cheaper at release does not mean it was ever affordable. Like, that card was still $40-45, which you still needed the playset, so that's still $120 for 3 cards, which is still a lot of money for some people. So only because the problem was not as bad a couple weeks ago does not mean it was not a problem then, right? The card was always expensive. And the other thing is, you should not my other point that I'm trying to make is, you should not be a freaking investor to be able to afford this game as someone who's on a lower budget. You should not be, this is not the freaking stock market, okay? You should not be forced to make freaking insane predictions and buy the cards at the right times and offload them at the right times in order to afford a freaking wanted engine. Simple as that. It's a card game. It's a card game. It's not the stock market. Okay, like yes, you can make some money off of these, but you can also lose a lot of money, and you should not be incentivized to make these kind of educated guesses as to which card is going to go up, which card is going to go down. These are things you should not be forced to do in a freaking card game. Okay, simple as that. Period. I don't have anything else to say to those kind of arguments. Okay. The Wanted engine, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. Wanted, Diabellstar, Bonfire, those kind of things are extremely expensive, no way around it, more expensive than cards should be in any way, shape, or form. But, and that's another thing, we're going to be making a lot of points in this discussion and then circle back to these in a little bit. But one thing I've also said in the past is that I prefer if anything has to be expensive, which apparently that's currently the world we're living in. Okay, let's talk about it from that perspective. We are in a world where Yu-Gi-Oh cards are expensive. Okay, period. That's the world we live in right now. If anything is expensive, my take is that it's better if it's an archetype or like only a specific deck, because then in theory you will have the option to play something else, right? That's the one positive, and I am the kind of guy to try to find the positives in situations. That was the positive when it came to, for example, Vanquish Soul being super expensive or Centurion being expensive, because those were like the only cards were even worth picking up in those side sets, right? And we're going to talk about those side sets in a little bit. Give me a minute. But those carried the entire side sets on their shoulders pretty much, and they were expensive because of that. But at the very least, you weren't forced to play Centurion or Vanquish Soul, right? If those were not required to compete in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like if you didn't want to spend the money for Vanquish Soul, you just didn't get Vanquish Soul. The same was true for Centurion. Those decks, they could compete, but they weren't needed to compete, right? So, and that kind of quote unquote design, right, is better in my opinion than if they make staples super expensive. And you know how what I'm gonna gravitate towards in a second in this discussion, because obviously that is not what they do all the time, right? There is examples of other things that we're going to talk about in a bit. Now, however, the Wanted engine is also a little bit different, because the Wanted engine, or the Wanted Snake Eye stuff, Bonfire, and so on and so forth, those cards are not exactly comparable to something like Centurion or Vanquish Soul, right? Because Centurion and Vanquish Soul were bad, and I didn't like that people that maybe liked those decks were not able to afford them, but at the very least you weren't forced to playing them. However, you could make the argument that freaking Fire King Snake Eye, from a competitive perspective, it is very, very close to being mandatory. I have the most recent OCG metagame up here, and the fire decks, Fire King, Snake Eye, and Rescue Ace, they make up about 50% of the metagame, which I guess this is somewhat subjective. And not like, yeah, it's not something that I don't know where the line is for something to be mandatory in to be able to compete, because you could say, yeah, you can compete with Voiceless Voice, you can compete with Branded, you can compete with Fluanderies, you can compete with Labyrinth, apparently, right? And I mean, this is just the OCG. It's not a complete perfect prediction for what's going to happen in the TCG, but I think it's likely that it's going to look somewhat similar when it comes to the Fire King Snake Eye percentages, right? The fire decks are going to be incredibly dominant, right? There are other options, but the question is, at which point are you happy with the other options? Is it if it's a 10% representation? Does it have to be better than that for like 20%? Does it have to be 30? Does it have to be whatever? You know, like, there are other options. It's not a tier 0 format that's coming. but freaking the fire decks are still going to be the best by a decent margin, right? So does that mean you're forced into playing it? I guess that depends on the individual. You know, some people like me that are super competitive, I feel forced to probably play a fire deck in the upcoming months, right? So I guess this is just a matter of how seriously do you take the game. I think once again, trying to find a little bit of a positive in this situation, in the upcoming months, there are going to be more budget options. There are going to be more budget options, but they are not going to be the best deck. If you're okay with not playing the best deck, but saving $800 in return, then you're probably going to be able to still play the game and still, I mean, compete at a certain level, right? That is something that is possible. Still, I'm not going to defend the cost of what the wanted engine is for, especially what is about to be a tier 1 deck. I'm not going to defend it. Only because I'm trying to look for some positive in the situation does not mean I'm defending it. This shit is outrageous. And a tier 1 deck in this game should never cost this much, right? That being said, engines being expensive is something that I don't like, but I think it is better than staples being expensive. And this is unfortunately another thing that they have been doing a lot, is making staple cards expensive. They have, and it is something we have to mention here, the rarity collection, which we're going to talk about a little bit as well. They have made a huge step this past year towards the end of 2023, a huge step towards making this game more affordable, which was the Rarity Collection. The Rarity Collection is something we're going to circle back to a couple times during this discussion, because the Rarity Collection also had a rarity system that is far superior to anything we've ever seen, and that I think they should imply for other sets as well. And that's basically what we're going to try to talk about, possible solutions later, right? The Rarity Collection brought so many affordable staples to the game, which was incredible, right? Like cards like Pot of Prosperity, cards like Baron the Fleur, a lot of other stuff as well that was sitting around like 10, 20, 30 bucks. I don't know, Droplets, Triple Tactics Talons, you know, cards that maybe had even been reprinted before, but now are really like dirt cheap. Phenomenal set. And we're going to talk about why it was such a phenomenal set as well in a second. But no matter how many steps in the right direction you take, right? No matter how many steps in the right direction you take when it comes to making this game affordable, even one step in the wrong direction can make all this progress basically go back to, like, it can ruin all the progress you've made, right? All the progress that you've made with the Rarity Collection basically gets completely negated by the fact that they made SP Little Knight a secret rare in Age of Overlord, and the fact that Triple Tactics Thrust was not in the Rarity Collection. Now, Triple Tactics Thrust is gonna be reprinted in Maze of Millennia, but even those are, I mean, they're cheaper than before. That does not mean it's good and affordable. Like, it still is at pre-sale, 44 bucks for the ultra rare, and the secret rare is currently sitting at the cheapest place at 57, right? For Triple Tactics Thrust. So it's not by any means affordable now. Okay, so, and SP Little Knight is a whole different beast, because SP Little Knight, honestly, if you thought Pot of Prosperity was a staple that was basically a barrier of entry for people to playing the game, there was a ton of decks that didn't need Prosperity. There is almost no deck in the game right now that does not need SP Little Knight. Almost none. SP Little Knight is mandatory for pretty much 90+% of the decks, right? So, and some even play 2. And this is something that it's incredibly frustrating to me, because it feels like we are in this vicious cycle of, they print staples in a high rarity. Pot of Prosperity, Triple Tactics Talents, Triple Tactics Thrust, Forbidden Droplet, Evenly Matched. All those cards came into the game as a secret rare at first, even Ash. And then for the next couple weeks or months, those cards are huge barriers of entry for people when it comes to playing budget decks, right? And then when it finally is time for those cards to be reprinted, It's just that the next expensive staple is already around the corner, right? So by the time you can now finally pick up your low rarity pot of prosperities, right? You can finally afford prosperities 2 years after the people with a lot of money, right? You now have your prosperities, and SP Little Knight is released almost at the same time. So now, as a budget player, you finally have the consistency of prosperity, and but everyone else has Little Knight and you don't. So you're still kind of priced out of really competing at a high level, right? And so I think while reprints are great, right? Reprints only cover up for the initial problem, right? The reason why we are so happy about reprints is only because those cards were hard to find prior, which shouldn't have been the case in the first place, okay? That is my take on it. So yes, the rarity collection was amazing, but it's only like overshadowing, I think, a bigger problem that we have, right? And this is kind of what's the most frustrating to me is staples, right? Because staples are what everyone needs, even if you're willing to play a less competitive deck because you can't afford the most expensive engines in the game, right? Not only do you have to play a worse engine than everyone else because you can't afford the Snake Eye cards, no, you also don't get to play the best staples. So your engine is worse than other people's, and your non-engine, your staples, are also worse than other people's. So what's left? You know, you're left with an inferior deck in pretty much all regards, right? You can't even play a rogue deck that's carried a little bit by SP Little Knight or Prosperity's consistency or whatever when these cards are expensive, right? You can't even, at the time where evenly matched was a secret, you couldn't even play a budget deck and try to blow the meta decks out with evenly. You don't even get that, right? And I find that very frustrating. I find that kind of behavior the most frustrating about everything, is that they are not only making the engines expensive, they're also making all the non-engines super, super expensive. And this is, what I want to do with this discussion is I don't want to just complain. I want to really bring forward some points of how maybe it could be, how it could be better in a way that would still make them make money, but make the people a lot happier when buying these cards, right? That's what I'm trying to get to. That should ultimately be the goal. I think we should agree on the fact that Konami needs to make money, but is this right now really the best way to make money? Because you're pricing a lot of people out of competing, and people that feel priced out of competing are people that you maybe lose in the long run. Maybe that's people that would be willing to spend some amount of money on Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But not that much, not the amount that you're asking from them, right? And so as a result, they're basically spending nothing at all, right? Because they're leaving the game, right? And so if you maybe find a balance to get those people to spend some amount of money, to get more people into the game, you know, you're making the game grow, and then maybe Konami makes a lot more money in total, right? And so that's the kind of solution that you should try to aim for, right? And I think what it really comes down to, I think the biggest culprit for all of it is, in general, the TCG rarity system. I think literally, though, that's the one issue it comes down to, is the rarity system we have for regular sets in the TCG, right? The fact that every card, and I'm going to exclude quarter centuries or starlights because they don't do anything for the market, really, not much at all, right? Because they are too hard to find, too rare to even have a huge impact, right? Every card is only in every pack in one rarity. That's it. And obviously, they're going to make the harder to find cards the highest rarity. Because with the current rarity system, right? With the current rarity system, they really have no choice but to do it in this way. Because if you only have every card in one rarity, what card are you going to make secret rare? Obviously, it's going to be the good cards, because no one wants all the bad cards to be secret either, right? That also be like what kind of weird system would that be if they made all the bad cards secret rares that no one wants, right? Like, of course, people want their highly playable cards to look shiny and fancy and all that, and it only makes sense for the high rare cards to be the better cards, right? That only makes sense. But with the current rarity system, you basically have to pick your poison. Either you have a bad secret rare that's completely worthless because people don't want it, or you have a good card in secret rare, which then is only available in secret rare, and that's going to make it incredibly expensive, right? And so I think the underlying issue is very simply the rarity system, because no matter what, and I think it is worth at this point, we have to talk about comparing it to other card games and how it's done in the OCG. There are other ways of doing this, and that they are working in countless other card games, right? And that is quite simply print cards in multiple rarities. Easy as that. Maybe even have alternate artworks that are then the chase cards of the set, because really all that's needed for a set to sell well is that there is a certain demand for the cards in it. And like cards need to be, some of the cards need to be rarer than others, so that, you know, if there's a demand for those kind of cards, people have to open the set up until that demand is met, basically, right? And so basically what they're doing right now is like, okay, everyone needs a Little Knight, so we're going to make it secret rare, so they have to open a bunch of packs to get their Little Knights, right? And I know not everyone opens their own packs, but basically if you use the vendors as a step in the middle, it still works like that, right? Like a certain amount of boosters need to be opened for the Little Knights to get in circulation, right? And my argument is that having cards available in multiple rarities still leads to a lot of product being opened, right? Because even if something like Little Knight was available as a super rare, an ultra rare, a secret rare, or a quarter century on top of that, right? People would still be chasing that quarter century, right? People are doing that already. You know, people are opening up, there's a demand for quarter century Little Knights, even though the secret rare exists. Right? So why is that? Why is not everyone is shooting for the cheapest version? People would still enjoy playing the high rarity versions. You are wrong. You have not made an argument at all. Every other card game does it like this. Right? Look at Pokemon. Pokemon is a card game that's living pretty much the same amount as Yu-Gi-Oh! And it has different rarities for the cards. It has different artworks for the chase cards. And the chase cards are incredibly expensive and sought after, but there is cheap options for people to get if they want to just save the money, right? There's One Piece does the same thing. Digimon does the same thing. But most importantly, and I want to drive the discussion a little bit away from the other card games, because other card games might be different than Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, maybe Pokemon is carried by the collectors or anything like that, right? Maybe the economy is different for a different card game because the mentality of the community is different or something like that. Let's look at freaking Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay? Let's look at Yu-Gi-Oh! In the OCG, which obviously has been around in the OCG for Yu-Gi-Oh! In Japan has been around for even longer than it has been in the TCG, and it's doing very well. This is how this is Age of Overlord. The most recent TCG set, this is Age of Overlord in the TCG. As you'll notice, a lot of these cards are available in multiple rarities. So the way they do this is there's commons, which are only available as commons. There is rares, which are only available as rares. And every other card has multiple rarities. If a card is a super rare, it also comes in secret rare, and it also comes in quarter century. If a card is ultra rare, it also comes in ultimate, secret, and quarter century. What this leads to is that people that care about blinging out their decks are still chasing for whatever rarity they prefer. You know, maybe they prefer the ultimate rare Diabell Star. Maybe they prefer the quarter century Diabell Star, you know, whatever. But people that don't care just get the ultra rare, which is the cheapest version, because I don't know the exact spread, how many you get per box, but you definitely get a bunch of ultras per box, and so on and so forth, and like that leads to Diabellstar not being as expensive as it is over here, right? And cards in the OCG, they still are worth money, especially the high rarity cards, right? But the low rarity cards are typically relatively affordable. Now, that is not, there's probably exceptions to this rule, right? There's probably cards that still go for a decent chunk of money, even in the lowest rarity. And I'm sure that even in Japan, being able to always afford the newest top tier decks is a luxury that not everyone can afford. Because, I mean, even if every card in your deck is worth $10 or something like that, you still have a bunch of, like a lot of money at your hands when you have a full deck, right? But still, overall, I don't know the exact price of a Diabellstar right now. I don't know the exact price of an SP Little Knight, which SP Little Knight is somewhere here. Where's SP? Let me look for SP. Here. SP Little Knight is a super rare in the OCG, secret rare, and quarter century. So super rare SP, $10 on eBay is what I'm seeing in chat right now. This is nothing but pretty much, with minor changes, the rarity collection system. The rarity collection system applied to a normal main core booster set, right? Except for the commons and rares. But every holo is just available in a variety of different rarities. It's working very well in the OCG. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I personally see zero reason why this wouldn't work in the TCG. I believe what this would lead to is simple. At the top end, people with money, people that are willing to invest money into Yu-Gi-Oh, people that are proud of owning expensive cards, people that are very elitist about, hey, we're playing this expensive hobby, you know, they could still spend a lot of money on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Because these chase cards, no matter what game you look at, whether it's OCG, whether it's Pokemon, whether it's One Piece, Digimon, whatever, alternate art, high rare versions of cards, always expensive. People want those cards. People feel good about having those cards. You know, people feel good about playing with the quarter century over the regular, with the ultimate rare over the common, with the alternate artwork, whatever. People like that. People will look for those cards. The demand is still there. But for people that are on a budget, there would be the option to afford a good deck still, right? And what this would lead to, genuinely, I think this would make Yu-Gi-Oh more popular, because people would see, hey, I can now afford a good deck for way less than before, right? Half than before, a third of before, whatever, cheaper than it used to be, right? Huge argument to enter the game. Huge barrier of entry when it comes to currently not entering the game would be removed. Everyone that already plays Yu-Gi-Oh would, I mean, obviously you wouldn't stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh if cards became more affordable. So I think they would just have a larger player base, and I think they would make more money in return. My argument why I think it would work like this, quite simply, is I think, and this is my impression. I don't have the exact numbers, obviously, but I've talked to some people that are also vendors and stuff like that. I think the rarity collection from all ends was probably the best Yu-Gi-Oh set of all time. Simple as that. And I don't mean just from freaking, obviously from a consumer standpoint, it's great. Check my spreadsheet. I will in a second. Let me finish my thought. From a consumer standpoint, the rarity collection is insane. People love the rarity collection. The only people that don't love the rarity collection is like people that invested in Starlights of something that now got a cheaper high rarity print or whatever. Like, but I'm gonna be honest, the 99% of the community loves the rarity collection, and a lot of people might also haven't even voiced their opinion on yet because they haven't entered the game yet, but they might, because of the rarity collection, get into the game, right? But I don't think it's only the players that love the rarity collection. I think, and I would be super interested in the numbers here, but from every vendor that I've talked to, the rarity collection has been doing great for them. They've been ordering more and more and more because the cards have been selling and they've been making profit on the boxes. Rarity collection has been, also from the vendor's perspective, probably been the best set of 2023. Maybe it's been like for vendors, Age of Overlord was also really good for them, but I think the rarity collection might honestly even still take the cake for 2023. And maybe even of all time, right? From a vendor's perspective, which in return, if a set was good for the vendors, it was also good for Konami, because the better a set was for the vendors, the better it is for Konami. No, it wasn't. Age of Overlord was better. I don't think so. I don't think Age of Overlord was better, especially not in the long run. I think if you take two sets, right? If you take Age of Overlord the way it was in the TCG, and you take the rarity collection, if those two sets, money-wise, make the same amount of money for the company and for the vendors, even if it's the same, I'm not even trying to argue which one is better or worse, right? If those two sets make the same amount of money, which one do you think is better for the health of the game in the long term? And I think the answer to that is so easy. If both of those sets perform the same, you should always make them like rarity collection, because so many more people are going to play your game. Because looking at Age of Overlord has not made a single person join the game. No one has looked at Age of Overlord and been like, oh my god, yeah, opening this feels so great. I want to start playing the game now. I want to build a deck seeing those prices from Age of Overlord. But people will join the game because rarity collection. In the long run, rarity was better, but Age of Overlord was better for vendors in the sense of making money. There's literally vendors in the chat right now saying rarity was better for them. There's literally people in chat right now that are vendors that have made more money on rarity collection than they have with Age of Overlord. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I think even if it's remotely close to each other, I don't think they are comparable in terms of what they do for the game. And also Age of Overlord, I mean, yeah, Age of Overlord is short term probably also a good set for them, right? I don't want to say like Age of Overlord was bad. I'm sure there's people that were also very happy. The vendors were also happy with Age of Overlord. But as a matter of fact, you simply cannot make every set like this. Because who do you think is going to play this game if every set is Age of Overlord? Think about it this way, right? Just think about it from this simple perspective. Who the fuck is going to play this game if every set is Age of Overlord? It is not sustainable for the average Yu-Gi-Oh player for the sets to be like this, right? What is sustainable is sets like the rarity collection. So, and this is, I guess, a glimpse of hope, is that it took them a very long time to make a set like the rarity collection, right? And I want to bring this to a close. There's a couple things they simply need to stop doing as soon as possible. They need to stop doing the legendary collection side sets, collector's rare sets that are just straight up bad, right? Those are straight up bad sets. The concept behind those sets is terrible. Where majority of the stuff also in, I mean, Maze of Millennia, I suppose they tried to make it better by putting thrust in it, but I'm gonna be honest, having sets where you already know the set is bad, so you need to make a certain card high rarity or put a certain reprint in it to make it even worth somewhat looking at, is not a good practice, right? If you know a set is bad, just find a different solution for it, you know? Like, don't make it a set, print it in some other form, or like, you know, it's it's just something they need to find a solution for. Those sets are just terrible, right? But the more overarching problem, I think, or like not problem, but like the solution rather, and I hope they realize this, right? I hope deep down, I hope that they made infinite money on the rarity collection. I hope they made infinite money on the rarity collection and they just lean back for a moment and they're like, huh, so you can do it like this, right? So it does work if we print cards in multiple rarities, right? And that's what I want. I want them to adapt something similar to the rarity collection rarity system to core sets. I do not think in the slightest that that is going to hurt the game at all. I think more people are going to play the game. I think people are still willing to spend money on the game. I think it would simply have the effect of drawing budget players into the game as well. And it would overall lead to so much growth in the community. And I don't think they would be making a penny less. I don't think they would be making a penny less if they did it that way. Because that is important as well, right? That's the thing I want to point out the most. I don't expect them to do anything that would make them less money, that would earn them less money. And they've been making a lot of money over the last couple years. I understand that it's hard to change a running system. I just think that the rarity collection proves without a doubt that these sort of products can be insanely successful. And the practices that they are using right now to make money, right? Making chase cards very hard to find and all that, super expensive. I think they are outdated, and I think there's other ways that would make more people more happy, and they would still make more money. And that's my point. And now it's time for us to discuss my points. TCG does that often. I mean, there's been a time where the Mega Tin, right, as well, was a revolutionary thing, right? A lot of you probably won't remember this, but there was a time where it was not something that we were expecting towards the end of every year to get a reprint set of everything that's happened in the past year, right? It's like 10 years ago that they started doing that or something like that, right? But that was not always common practice. That was a common practice that they have adapted at some point. They tried it once and it worked, and they've been doing it ever since, right? Gold Rare was the first thing. Yeah, Gold Series and stuff like that. They've been experimenting with that kind of stuff. The problem is what I said earlier is that reprints are good and all, but reprints though are not. Reprints can never be the solution, right? Because people want the new cards. People want the cards when they come out for the first time, right? And people like reprints, if you really think about it, they really just amplify the problem for a lot of people. Because as someone who has the cards, as someone who collects the cards, reprints don't feel great. If you paid $100 for your prosperities because you felt forced to as a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, seeing them get reprinted and drop to $20 or something like that is not a good feeling, right? As someone who isn't able to afford prosperities in the first place, that's also not a good feeling. You're like waiting 2 years until you finally get your hands on prosperity. That doesn't feel great either. I mean, in the moment where they announce prosperity, of course you're happy. You're like, finally. But still, you know, you shouldn't forget those 2 years you weren't able to afford it, right? And then, like I said, the next expensive staple is just around the corner. So yeah, now you can play with your prosperities for $5 or whatever, but you still don't have a Little Knight if you're on a budget, right? So you're just like, you're happy about the prosperity one moment, but then you turn around and then you get, you know, Little Knight just like standing behind you with a freaking knife and stabs you in the back, right? So like, it's not reprinting is not the solution. And I'll give it to them. They have been applying a more aggressive reprint policy recently, right? I remember cards like Talents or something that have been reprinted into the ground, right? Like, and Prosperity also got a bunch of reprints back to back to back. You know, they I feel like they have been getting a little bit more aggressive with their reprinting. Sure, yeah, they have. But reprints are only like a very band-aid fix for a problem that they created themselves, right? So yeah, it all just goes back to, I think they need to change the rarity system. They need to rethink the rarity system, and the freaking rarity collection. It has to get them thinking. It has to get them thinking, right? Is my main point, I suppose. That, like, I just hope I hope the rarity collection made them hella rich, and that they keep doing it like this, right? It's a shame because I don't have the exact numbers. I don't have the exact numbers on I don't have the exact numbers of how well the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG is doing in the Yu-Gi-Oh OCG is doing in Japan in terms of their sales, right? But I cannot imagine it's doing badly, right? Because it's also survived for 25 years in Japan. So that concept, I feel like that's a very simple proof of concept that it works that way, right? Well, they compete with much more other card games as well. I mean, that if anything is an argument for their system, right? They've been able to compete with, in Japan, there's like so many other card games that people actively play, right? The fact that they still have so many people play Yu-Gi-Oh has to be a good argument for the way that they do it. There's just no way their system is bad when it's been working so well for competing with so many other card games. And that is something that Yu-Gi-Oh has to worry about in some shape or form, right? Because I feel like there is a little bit of an increase in actual competitors recently in Europe, right? And I don't want to hate on any of those games like Digimon, One Piece, and those games. I mean, probably great games. I don't play them actively at the moment. I just want Yu-Gi-Oh to be as healthy as possible, right? So I'm not rooting against those. You know, if anyone wants to play those games, go ahead. And I've seen a lot of people enjoy those games, sure. I'm just worried about. I'm not worried about Yu-Gi-Oh's future, but I care about Yu-Gi-Oh the most, right? Obviously, right? And so I don't know how seriously they take these competitors, right? But I see a lot of people and their main argument is price very often. I mean, of course, there's a whole other discourse of like, is Yu-Gi-Oh too complicated, that kind of stuff, right? That's a discussion for another day. But I do think that the price of a deck is a valid reason for people to pick a game, right? Because I think a lot of people are just interested in card games, right? I personally am very connected to Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm also very interested in card games in general. And I can only imagine that for a lot of people that play Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of the same way, right? They're Yu-Gi-Oh fans, but they're also maybe anime fans in general, so they wouldn't be completely opposed to playing Pokemon, One Piece, or Digimon, right? And then if you're a new player, you're like, okay, do I pick up the best deck in Yu-Gi-Oh for $1,000, or do I pick up the best deck in One Piece for whatever it is, like 200 or something like that? Just an example. I don't actually know the exact prices. I just remember when I played Digimon for a short period of time with my fiance, we didn't spend that much money on Digimon, and it was not that expensive to play Digimon at all, right? But yeah. And I think that is a valid argument, right? And I think in the long term, Yu-Gi-Oh is going to be better off if it's more affordable. Right? I think it's going to be better off if it's more affordable in the long term, because I think it's very these sort of things like Age of Overlord, I think what they are very good short form cash grabs, right? Like very in the short term, Age of Overlord probably also makes them a ton of money. I don't want to guess whether it's better than the Rarity Collection or worse, but what I do know is it makes them a lot of money in the short term, because everyone that's playing the game right now needs a Little Knight. And that means a lot of freaking Age of Overlord needs to be opened. That makes them a ton of money. But what they don't factor into that equation, I don't think, is how many people maybe lose interest in the game because of how expensive the cards are, Or how many people would be future customers but don't enter the game because they realize, hey, goddamn, this SP Little Knight is one piece of paper and it's 100 euros. Someone from outside the community who's maybe thinking about playing a card game is not going to have the understanding for that, right? Like, we all know, talking to someone who is not very much into a card game yet, is they never understand how we could justify spending so much money for cards, right? And so those are the kind of people that look at the price of SP Little Knight once, just once, and they never look back. Right? So, yeah. Konami makes money out of the quantity they print. The vendors are the ones that make money based on the content. I mean, it is true, but basically it's kind of the same thing. The vendors and Konami you can kind of treat them as the same entity at this point, because the more a set sells, like, the more the vendors will buy from Konami. Vendors basically are just the outlet for where the stuff goes. Like, it's their selling outlet. Right? Like, a set is always going to be opened to the point where until the demand is met for it, right? They're just a middleman, yeah. So if a set is good, if a set is well designed, you know, people want it a lot, and vendors are going to open more because they realize, hey, those cards are selling really fast. There's a high demand for these cards because people like this set, and so they're going to order more and order more and order more, right? Prices are very much manipulated by online vendors, though. I honestly don't think vendors manipulate prices. I don't think vendors have the power to do that. I think the market just regulates itself very easily. And I think while Konami does not directly... Konami doesn't directly influence the prices or make the prices, but I think they know what their actions have, kind of consequences they have. Not always. Like, for example, I don't think they expected something like Magnamut. Like, sometimes they try to give us cards in a lower rarity, like freaking Magnamut as a super rare. I don't think they intended it to be a freaking 20 euro card. That was just because the demand for it was insane, right? It was an insane demand for Magnamut, I think. And once again, this circles back to a point I made earlier, which is that if you can do as many good things as you want for the game, if you keep making bad decisions as well, those are going to overshadow everything, right? Because you can make super rare Magnamuts all you want. One SP Little Knight Secret Rare is still going to make the entire deck be way too expensive, right? Like, one step in the wrong direction eliminates so many steps in the right direction. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how often they give us reprints of cool cards. If they keep printing new staples at Secret Rare and not like any other rarity, who cares that I can now get my prosperities for $2? I still need 2 Little Knights. Who's gonna pay for that? Right? So, like, I don't know, man. I find it hard to argue because, I mean, it's been working for 20 years. Why should they stop now is the question, right? On the one hand, I don't think it's something that they can do forever. At least I from the outside, just looking at it, I'm like, that doesn't seem like something you can just keep doing and people will basically accept it forever, right? At the same time, it's been working for 20 years, so I understand the argument of, hey, if the system is working, if it's making us money, then, you know, we should keep doing it. I think in reality, because it is a company, what would need to happen is they would need to see actual drops in players, in selling, like in numbers. They would have to feel it. They would have to feel a negative impact, which I don't know if they had that at some point. I don't know if that's happened, because, like, you know, what is the reason that they are doing the rarity collection right now, but they haven't been doing it for the last 20 years? Like, what's the reason for that? Who, like, I'm sure they've had the idea before, right? So maybe once again, trying to see the positive here. Maybe maybe it is something that they've been noticing with One Piece coming up in the last couple years, Digimon coming up, whatever. This discourse has been had, right? And maybe it's something that they are like, okay, maybe we need to get rid of this stigma that Yu-Gi-Oh is the most expensive card game out there, right? Maybe we have to change something. Maybe it's also just a one-time thing because of 25th anniversary. Who knows? Only the future can tell. We don't know these things, unfortunately. We don't have that sort of communication with Konami. We can just go and ask, like, hey, why aren't you doing sets like this more often, right? I wish we did, but we don't. Isn't Magic more expensive? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if Magic is more expensive. Maybe it is, but no. There is a ton of theories as to why they may have done it or anything like that, but yeah. Commander is definitely more expensive. Well, yeah, I like, look, maybe it's not the most expensive card game, I don't know, but it is damn expensive, and there is definitely cheaper options out there, right? We don't have to argue about that. We don't have to argue about that. How is the Rarity Collection different from Gold Series? Okay, so Rarity Collection is different from any other set before in the sense that every card is available in multiple rarities, right? Even if they make something happen like a Gold Series, which is just a reprint set, there is still cards that are hard to find inside a Gold Series. There is still cards that are hard to find inside Maze of Millennia, which reprints Thrust, but as an ultra rare, and apparently I've seen images online where it appears to be short printed. I don't know. These sort of things, right? They don't exist in the Rarity Collection. Every card is the same in the Rarity Collection. At least to my knowledge, there's no short prints in the Rarity Collection. But yeah. And that's the thing. If you look at the Rarity Collection, right? If you look at the Rarity Collection on Card Market, right? The cheapest version for, let's use Pot of Prosperity, right? The cheapest version for Pot of Prosperity is $6, right? But the high rare stuff for Pot of Prosperity still has value, right? There's still, if you want to bling out your deck and play a freaking fancy looking Prosperity, you're looking at 40-ish. Right? The issue I see is it's way too expensive right now. I mean, okay, that argument is valid. It is exceptionally expensive right now, especially for Snake Eyes. However, this is not something that's exclusive to right now, right? Like, this is something that's been happening over and over and over again, right? Which doesn't make it better. I just want to say, I just want to say that is not the you know, I don't think we are at a break point right now. It's just a discourse to be had. Conspiracy theory time. Short prints do not exist. Vendors just pretend they do so they can justify increasing the prices more. Okay. I don't want to get too much into that sort of topic. I think short prints is a whole nother topic that I just don't like at all, but that's the, yeah. Wasn't the same conversation had with the adventure engine? I mean, that's the thing, right? We keep having this discussion, right? And that's the point, or that's the big question, is how often do we need to have this discussion until either they solve it somehow or people actually leave the game because maybe they were okay accepting it once or twice or 3 or 4 or 5 times, but eventually people might be like, oh, come on, man, it's too much. I've spent this much money on this game. I can't justify anymore. You know, like, no, I have no idea if that's something that even is going to happen, you know? now people are leaving. I mean, people are always, there's always people that are leaving, there's always people that are joining. I don't know the exact numbers. That's very hard to judge. I don't know if there's more people leaving the game right now than there used to be. You don't know. The only people that actually notice is Konami in their sale numbers. That's the only, that we don't know those numbers. We have no idea, right? Cody Angeloff has basically left. I mean, okay, that's one person. Okay, I think the Yu-Gi-Oh community is going to survive if one person leaves, right? You can probably everyone can probably name someone that has left the community, but I can also name people that have joined over the last couple months or whatever, right? So that is not the point, right? Our locals have never been busier. I mean, yeah, tournaments have also been getting bigger and bigger and bigger as well. So, right. Another unfortunate truth that we might have to look at, right? I don't know if it is the truth, but one thing that we might have to face is that Yu-Gi-Oh is by large numbers also carried by casuals that don't really give a fuck if they can't afford a Little Knight. That might be true. I don't know. I don't know to which percentage the Yu-Gi-Oh revenue is made up by just casuals opening boxes. Don't really know what to expect, right? Don't even know how expensive Little Knight is, or, you know, if they won't get one, they will just not care because they're not going to tournaments anyways, or they just play with their friends or anything like that, right? Maybe to those kind of people, it doesn't matter if a card is short printed or whatever, right? So, you know, there's definitely people in the Yu-Gi-Oh community that are not fazed by SP Little Knight being $100 because they'll just be like, hey, I only play with my friends anyways. I don't need SP. We'll just all not have SP then, you know? And we just ignore the fact that it exists pretty much, right? Which is also completely fine, right? So the only people that actually know if their practices are working is Konami. Simple as that. Because they have the numbers. They can see, okay, this set sold that much, this set sold that much. And those could be the reasons, right? And I'm sure that I think that's the reason why Thrust was not in the Rarity Collection, but rather was thrown into Maze of Millennia. Because they saw how those kind of sets performed in recent years, and I'm sure it wasn't great, those kind of sets. They were like, we're gonna save Thrust for that set. We need to do something about these side sets, otherwise they're gonna be garbage. I think that's why Thrust is in there. Simple as that. And not in the Rarity Collection. Rarity Collection was one of the OCG version. It was just minus Maxi. Well, I mean, I'm sure they could have just thrown Thrust in there, and if they wanted to, but I mean, they didn't want to. That's the point. But we simply don't have the numbers of how well each individual set did, right? But I feel like it's often just a thing of if something works well, they will just do it again because there's no reason not to, right? Like, for example, at some point, they started doing Megatins with reprints and those did super well, so they kept doing it every year since then, right? Now, some of them have been better than others, but they've been doing it every year since the first one, right? And I hope the same thing is going to happen with Rarity Collection, and I hope that even they implement a different rarity system for the core sets because of it. But okay, I think that was plenty of enough discussion about card prices. I think we can move on. I think I've gotten my points across. And we can move on. But this is kind of the structure that I want to have more often on the channel, on stream, but not only with topics like card prices or something like that, but also in-depth competitive Yu-Gi-Oh discussions, that kind of stuff. So I enjoy this kind of talk. You know, like I find that enjoyable. So this is the kind of thing that I'll be looking to implement more often in terms of also competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So just so you have an idea of how it might look like, right? Like we take 30 minutes or an hour to talk about a topic and you know, all right. You think you might do it on non-engine? I have a whole list of topics already lined up for it, and we're probably gonna do it probably gonna make it a regular segment. I don't know if we need a name for it, but yeah, we don't really need a name for it. But like, I have a whole bunch of things already lined up for yeah. The boxes behind you are one of the first sets. I mean, they are the reprints. They're not the old ones. They're the 25th anniversary reprints, so they're nothing crazy. Coder has said that he genuinely thinks you won't lose any advantage if you leak the GUI a week before the YCS. Do you agree with that? I heard it. I was lurking in Coder's stream on Sunday. I was there when they talked about it. If you want my opinion on that, I do agree that there is a okay, so for context, for context, so that everyone knows what I'm talking about, there was this discussion in the last week about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh content. It started with like MBT complaining or like bringing up points of why we don't have certain resources that other games have. We don't have the culture, talking about competitive stuff. We don't have like guides to certain decks and some stuff, you know. And that kind of led to, you know, discussing why there is no in-depth competitive content, or like why it doesn't perform so well, and so on and so forth, right? And it was a very interesting discussion, and it has also sparked in me the desire to, you know, take 2 days off and plan out some stuff, some changes in my content, and bring more competitive content and all that kind of stuff. And then I was sitting in Coder's stream on Sunday, and Coder was talking about how like I said in my video, it is a hard thing to make that kind of content work, right? And Coder said it's not actually hard to make that content. You just have to give up the idea of you need to hide the goo before an event, right? You just have to go on a Friday and make a video of here's the deck I'm playing for the YCS and blah blah blah, and that's gonna make a huge amount of views, and there you have it, the competitive content that everyone wants, and there you go, right? And and he said it would also not impact my performance at a tournament at all, right? To which, personally, there's a couple things I want to say about that. First of all, I think it's 100% cap that it would not impact my performance. Knowing what like exactly I play at an event is something that probably most people would watch before a tournament. Most competitive people entering a European YCS would watch that video on the Friday. And so everyone in the freaking room, or like most people in the room, most of my opponents, knowing what I'm playing, that is a huge downside. If you don't think that's a downside in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, knowing your opponent's exact deck and everything, I don't know how that's a real take. I don't know how that's a real take. Okay, you don't have to go and insult Coder right now. That is not what I'm asking for. It's a normal discussion. Jesus Christ. I don't think that's true at all. On another note, even if this was, and I will say in a second why I have my doubts, but even if this was the best way to make competitive content, I would simply not be willing to do it, because I am not willing to give up my competitive nature for the sake of content, right? Because, or like to get even more views, right? It is not some, it is this, and I think this is, it also doesn't make sense from a content creation perspective, because it's a large part of who I am as a streamer, or as a, you know, figure in this community, is my competitive nature. The fact that I do well at these events, the fact that I strive to do well at these events, right? I can't give that up Because if I give that up, I am no longer what I am right now, and I am no longer. I lose a lot of the. I think a lot of the reason why people watch me is something that is lost if I just completely give up my competitive nature, right? Because I would probably stop winning events immediately, because everyone who knows, like, okay, top 64, my opponent, even if I do top an event, they're like, hey, I'm playing against Josh next. Let me go on his YouTube and look up his side deck and everything, right? Oh, beat Cop Mystic Mine, I see, noted, good idea. I'm gonna be prepared for that now. You know, that shit, it just it does not work. I'm probably never gonna win an event again if I do that, right? And I'm not giving that up. Like before if that's required, what's necessary, I'm just like, I'm fine where I am, legit, right? On another note though, I thought about this. And I don't agree that that is the best way to make competitive content, because legitimately, you're not really doing anything other than spoon feeding people information without them having to work for it at all, or anything like that, right? You're just giving them, hey, here's the deck you could take to this YCS, and maybe do well with it. I genuinely don't think that's what the majority of people are interested in. I think the majority of people that watch my content are interested in actually getting better. They are actually interested in how you play this game, how you build a deck, how you understand critical thinking, that kind of stuff. I don't think people are that interested in just getting spoon-fed that information, especially before the YCS. The only people, and this is my take, the only people that would instantly click on that video on the Friday of the YCS are the 2,000 people that play the YCS. For those, yes, super interesting, right? Like if you're in the same tournament as I'm playing and you're like, hey, just in case I play against Josh, let me look at his deck, right? That's something people would do. I would do that too. If someone else uploaded their deck a day before the YCS, maybe I'd look at it, right? If I know the person, right? If I'm like, okay, I could play against them. Let me check out if they're uploading their deck. Why not, right? But attracting like 2,000 people, or like having a video that's immediately interesting to 2,000 people, is that's not a big deal. That's not something you need to aim for as a content creator on YouTube, being appealing to those exactly 2,000. And I'm not saying those would be the only people that would watch it. Of course, people would watch it even if they're not at the event. They would still be interested. Hey, what deck is Josh bringing to the YCS, and so on and so forth. But those people, they're just interested in, you know, what kind of deck is good right now, what kind of meta calls exist, and so on and so forth. To those people, it's still as interesting when I post it on Sunday after I finished the event. You know, like I topped the event with some deck, I upload it, I explain my reasoning behind everything. The people that would have watched it on Friday and are not attending the tournament, so they don't need it before the tournament, they would just watch it on Sunday. Like, who cares, right? And so I think what's off the actual essence, right? What's off the actual essence is the way I present the deck. It doesn't matter when. It doesn't need to be before the event. But what people need to see is how I approach the deck, what deck is good right now, what kind of ideas have gone into deck building and that kind of stuff. That's what people are interested in. That's what fascinates people. People are fascinated. And that's when you see the deck list is irrelevant for how fascinating it is, right? People can look at a standard deck list whenever and don't care, but people will see innovation, and they will care about it regardless of when it's being posted. Right? And I think that's why this sort of content, not only do I not want to make it, the leaking my deck before the YCS, I also don't think it's the best way to make competitive content, right? That being said, I think the best way to make competitive content, or like what needs to be done when it comes to competitive content, is there needs to be and I also, from my side, I take responsibility. You know, it's very easy as a streamer, which I am first and foremost. It's very easy to fall into those patterns. You know, just go live, do what you do every day, and turn it into YouTube content somehow. You know, There is definitely in-depth Yu-Gi-Oh competitive content that I can do. I am capable of doing it, but I haven't been doing it I mean, I have, but like there's more that I could do more, right? I could do more, and the community has been saying they want more, at least from what I'm gathering from your guys' responses, right? And so I will try to make more content like that. I don't think this necessarily needs to include me leaking my deck a day before the YCS. I don't think that's the thing that people really care for, but the kind of content of like, how do you get better at Yu-Gi-Oh? How do you play this game? How do you build a deck? What makes a deck good? How do you find tech options, or how do you decide on what non-engine you play? How you build a side deck? Those kind of things are, it's always questions that I get over and over and over again, and I always tell people I have those things in the back of my head, but I need more planning to do it, right? Because I want that kind of content to be as well structured as possible, as good as possible, you know. But I will do it. I will do it. I have decided to start working on it in a little bit more detail. I have started working on towards the end of last week on for potential ways on how we could do it, you know. We're looking at stuff that's about to happen in the next couple weeks. You know, we're gonna have classrooms on Twitch where I tell you guys about certain topics. We're gonna have gameplay, actual TCG gameplay that we're gonna talk about what kind of moves to make. We're gonna have more deck building content, side deck building content, that kind of stuff. It is all planned. It is being set up. There is some equipment I want to get for it. But it is things that I'm going to be working on, right? But just as a short response to this kind of discourse that's been going on in the last couple of days, and like an add-on to what I said in my most recent YouTube video as well, right? What about the podcast with Farfa? That is happening on Thursday for the first time. That it has, I don't know if it has that much to do with what we just talked about, but there is a podcast happening with Farfa that I'm going to be starting on Thursday. What about Master Duel? The same that I just said also applies to Master Duel. I do want to dive into more detail on Master Duel, which in some ways is even easier because gameplay on Master Duel is so much easier to create and to commentate over. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, DB is something that I've never really liked, and it's also not gonna happen anymore. DB is not gonna be a thing anymore on this channel, at least for the foreseeable future. Which is also because I am now gonna be sponsored by Konami again. Which of course part of the agreement when you get sponsored with Konami is that you stop using simulators like Dueling Book because they are not officially approved and they don't like that. Because it's infringing on the Yu-Gi-Oh IP, right? And that is something that it has been on the back of my mind anyways, right? Because we're not gonna stop. That's the one thing I wanna note here, is that this is not going to mean that we're gonna stop doing TCG content. I believe, and I've always believed, that TCG content is it's not actually, Dueling Book is not a good way to make TCG content. It's just a lazy way to make TCG content, which is what I've always gravitated towards, right? But, and that's why I accepted the Konami thing, right? Because in my head, it's more like a I'm gonna use it as motivation to get away from that sort of lazy content and make good content. Can't really test decks that aren't out yet without DB. I don't agree. I have no issues getting me the OCG cards and playing with those on stream, right? Like if I do like remote duel and stuff like that, because I'll be honest, the feedback I've gotten for the feedback I've gotten for that one stream where we built my deck for the regionals, we built it IRL instead of on DB. The feedback for that has been tremendous. People prefer that. People prefer it anyways. It looks better. It's more visually pleasing than DB anyways. The same is true for playing. And so I see no reason why we wouldn't be able to do this sort of TCG content more often, even without DB. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I looked at my YouTube as well. And freaking, I don't do DB content. I don't like playing on DB. I don't even play on DB in my free time. It's not something I do. I prefer IRL so much, I don't log on DB anyways. Like, the streams on DB don't perform super well anyways. The YouTube videos that perform super well don't need any DB, right? I simply think we're going to be able to make good TCG content without DB. All I need is that motivation to do it. And now that I'm going to be working with Konami anyways, which I also really want to work with Konami because I think something like the Challenger Cups is incredibly cool. I love the Challenger Cup system, you know, giving some tournament atmosphere to Master Duel and all that kind of stuff. I love to be part of that. I love the kind of things that they do, right? And so I'm going to be, I'm going to work with them. And I'm going to use it as motivation to just make better TCG content anyways. That's missing anyways. Because look, DB gameplay is out there plenty. Right? It's out there plenty. And you guys are gonna see what's gonna happen in the next couple days, next couple weeks as well. But just know that there's a 0% chance, that we're gonna stop doing TCG content. 0. TCG is always gonna be a large part of my life and of this stream. And I think it's only gonna go up from here in terms of the quality of TCG content. We're gonna look for ways. I'm gonna make sure it's gonna work out, because I can't live without freaking TCG content anyways. Don't be worried about like no worries. We're gonna have all of it. We're gonna have all of it anyways. All right. I have just received food, so before we log into Master Duel, one thing that what we're going to do on the lunch break today is very fitting to what we talked about earlier, because it's going to be the new Guess That Price by Ruxin. Now, I don't know who Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh is actually. I don't know who is actually doing the quiz this time, but we're going to do some React Andy to Guess That Price. I wonder if Bonfire is in here. Let's find out. Also, give me 1 second. There has been a bunch of people that subscribed during the discussion, and I want to thank all of you for supporting, because sometimes when we have these discussions, I just don't want to interrupt it for the stuff. But Moikov, thank you for the 11. Bricks AOE, thank you for the 8. Himsa, thank you for the 8. Dark Soul, thank you for the Prime. NC the Beast, thank you for the Prime. Fiacha 1998, thank you for the Prime as well. Tahai Usuf Chelan, thank you for the Prime. Teller Fam, thank you for the Prime. Ogan, thank you for the Prime. Ashter Gaming, thank you for the 15 months. Goddamn, that's a long time. Little TLC, thank you for the 3 months. Shimmer Scanner with the gift sub, appreciate you. Razor 59 with the Prime. Richie Evo with the Prime. Banzai Buster Nuts with the Prime. Thank you guys so much. Stuff It Wood, Kinda Creed, Rim Gear, Mountain Men, Nivska with the 10 months. Fen TCG and Pab. Thank you guys so much for the gifty. Nate River, thank you for the 7 months. All right. That should be everyone I've missed. Appreciate that. Can we react to this? What is this? What is that? There's a new kid in class introducing the new Duel Links Rival School Academy. Tune into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU YouTube channel to see. What is this?
Has many paths. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is the perfect testing ground to hone one's skills. And with Rush Duel joining the game, it's a fresh start for all duelists. So today, we're crossing borders and enriching minds with a new and unique series. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rival School Academy. Master Duelist and teacher Sasaki Sensei will test 4 prominent international students and content creators within the academy. This sensei is an expert in all things Yu-Gi-Oh! You may even have previously seen Sasaki Sensei commentating for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships in Tokyo. He will examine the students' Rush Duel decks and coach them on how to improve their play. Each student will then take a practical exam as they face each other in epic duels. The duelist that makes the grade and aces their exams will face their teacher, Sasaki Sensei. Now, class is in session. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rival School Academy.
Are you ready for this duel?
My god, what is this?
I attack your other monster.
Oh no. I'll draw 5 cards per turn.
3 dragons from my hand.
5 cards per turn.
Each of our content creators has had a one-to-one session with Sasaki Sensei to hone their decks, and you'll be able to see those videos very soon, as well as here on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU channel, all of our episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rival School Academy. We'll see you soon.
Okay. I mean, interesting concept, I suppose. Speaking of Duel Links, once again, I guess we're gonna have the first Konami sponsored stream this upcoming Sunday with we're actually commentating on the Duel Links 7th anniversary, I think. 7th anniversary tournaments. So that's gonna be cool. Anyways, let's guess this price.
In this game, I will be asking a popular YouTuber about 5 different Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Each round, the guests will have 5 questions about the rounds chosen.
Okay, just as a reminder for myself as well, this used to be just guess the price of the card, but it's now also the year of the first printing, the first set, what the rarity was, how many printings it has, and then what is the price, which is very cool. I like the new system a lot.
Each answer is worth.
Also, the good news is that this one is not nearly as long as the SEMO one.
A point until the final round where they must guess that card's price. The better the answer, the more points the guest receives. Can your favorite YouTuber win the ultimate prize? You will just have to watch to find out. If you want to win the giveaway for this video, which is half of the prize money won during today's game show, just like the video, be subscribed, turn on notifications, and let me know down below who do you want to see on the next episode of Guess That Price Season 2. Welcome back to Guess That Price Season 2, Episode 2, and we have a guest that did not make an appearance on the first season, but you probably know him. Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to test my knowledge. If I get the vintage questions right and miss the rest, I think I'll do.
Bro, ask Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! About Wanted, please.
That'd
be so funny.
So it'll be an interesting competition.
Well, the name Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! It is your name, so you have to get the vintage right.
Yeah, that'll be
anything else, I think, can be forgiven at that point.
Yeah, I'm excited. I expect some challenges. Probably a card will be completely unknown to me, but roll the dice and hopefully I can win some money for a lucky commenter.
Yeah, and the fun part about this year is not only the commenters get winnings, but you can also win some money too. So if you can get that top prize, you guys will.
Would you go on Ruxin's Guess That Price? I mean, I was on it in Season 1. I'm not.
Both be going. You and a random viewer
for
$500. So
but I would.
You guys want to enter that giveaway? Make sure you do it. Let's get into the first card. Let's not waste any time because these can take a long time sometimes. Yeah. First card. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Is the Cyber Laser Dragon. What year and what set was this card?
Okay, Cybernetic Revolution, which is 2005, and it was originally a super rare and an ultimate rare, I think. Or is it not Cybernetic Revolution? Oh, you guys are saying Shadow of Infinity. Was it not Cybernetic Revolution? But it was a super rare and an ultimate. I know that. Ooh, you guys are saying it's not Cybernetic Revolution. Okay.
Print it in.
Well, I'm gonna say honest, I would have said Cybernetic Revolution, so I'm wrong on that one probably. If you guys are saying it's Shadow of Infinity, you might be right.
Shadow of Infinity, and I believe that was right before Tactical Evolution, which is 2007. So I'm gonna lock it in as Shadow of Infinity 2007.
All right, that's your final answer?
Yes.
All right, Lewis. Shadow of Infinity was released on March 15th, 2006.
Ooh.
So
missed
you
it by
get
a year.
1 point. You got
That's fine.
Shadow of
Yeah, 2007 sounded too late.
Infinity, right?
That's fine. That's
But you got to work on those GX years, man. That's a little bit after vintage. I mean, it's vintagey now, but so it doesn't really count. But
yeah, half right's good for me.
you get 1 point. That's not too bad. And now you get to do the rarity of the original printing, which I think you may or may not know. Let's find out.
Super.
You said Cyber Laser.
Cyber Laser Dragon. And you know the set.
Yeah, I always get confused. I think that it's like the Ultra you don't want to pull.
No, it's not
which also
Ultra.
comes as an Ultimate, but it also could be a random rare. But I think it's the Ultra that you don't want to pull, so I'm gonna go. The original rarity was Ultra Ultimate in that set. Final answer.
You are
Bro's choking.
correct. This
What?
is the Ultra. Of the 4 Ultras, you have 3 Sacred Beasts and you have Cyber Laser Dragon.
really?
So you also could have just
What? Nah. Cyber Laser Dragon. Hello? Oh, I need to refresh. Ultra. What the hell? I could have sworn this was a super rare. What? Cyber barrier? Oh, this one was super. That's what messed me up. I thought they were the same. Okay. All right. I mean, hey, okay.
said Ultimate,
Okay.
and you would have been right.
Yeah.
So you could do that as well. But
Bonus,
so you
bonus
got
coverage.
1 point there. Good job.
I mean, technically, I did say it was the ultimate, and he said if you just say ultimate, it's also correct. So technically, I was right. I said ultimate.
Identifying the second rarity as well. You have 2 points out of possible 3. You're doing pretty good so far. Now for one of the harder spots that we've had so
Yes,
far.
yes.
The multiple choice. This can get a little dicey sometimes. How many printings does the Cyber Laser Dragon have? You have
I mean, legit. I can see there's a rare on here, which I think is Dark Revelation. Like Dark Revelation 3 or 4, probably 4. It has the Ultra and the Ulti, so that's 3 at least. But it's a Cyber Dragon card. There's no way it doesn't have like random Duelist Pack Zane or Structure deck, Cyber Dragon, whatever decks reprints. Like there's probably more, but you get
4
multiple
options
choice for this,
here.
right?
First option, A, 2 printings. B, 4 printings. C, 7 printings. Or D, 6 printings.
Ooh, that's
Well,
so-
2 is
I
definitely
know for
wrong.
a fact it's more than 2.
2 is definitely wrong. 4, I know of 3. 4 seems a little low. I would say 6 or 7, but I would be 50-50 guessing. I don't know. I'll flip a coin. Hold up. Flip a coin. Heads, 7. Tails, 6. It's heads, so I'm saying 7.
Because there's 2 in Shadow of Infinity, and I also know it's in a Duelist pack, so that's at least 3. So then the other options are 4, 6, and 7. I'm gonna guess it got printed in some random structure deck or some later set that was kind of machine driven or something.
You do have a lifelines. Don't forget those.
Yeah. 4, 6, or 7. So, but I've already eliminated 1, so I'd like to use the lifeline probably on one that I have absolutely no idea on. So
Smart.
4, 6, or 7. 7 doesn't seem like outlandish, but I'm always like, it's like we're on a game show, so you always want to lean away from the extremes, but maybe you're tricking me by putting it as the extreme. I'm gonna take a
Who
shot.
knows?
I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say 6. Final answer.
All right. The Cyber Laser Dragon has 4 printings. And you knew 3 of them.
I did know 3 of
There's
them.
one
God damn
other
it.
one that you didn't know.
What was that?
That's a great question. Let me actually pull that up. Yeah, so it was Duelist Pack 4 Zane Truesdale, and then Dark
Zane.
Revelation 4 also had a rare as well. So it has 2 rare printings
Fuck.
other than the 2 main printings. So pretty obscure printings.
I named 3. I just thought a Cyber Dragon card would have more than one other print. God damn it.
to be honest. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
So
hasn't been printed in
Also, shout outs to Skrelp who said pick 7 or you are bad. And then followed it up with a fuck.
over a decade. Dude.
all right, now we get to the namesake of the game, the price.
Yes.
I will be asking you about the Shadow of Infinity Ultimate Rare First Edition printing.
Okay.
What is the price of the First Edition Ultimate Rare from Shadow of Infinity?
All right.
Near mint.
Okay. Listen, because I have something to say. I have no fucking idea. It's an old Ultimate Rare. It's a Cyber Dragon. So I would have a hard time saying anything under like 80, 90 to 100, but that's probably more. I'll say 110.
Of course.
Yeah, so
TCG player priced by like lowest listing.
Yeah, we've already kind of talked about it being the least desirable, so that kind of
fuck.
puts in an interesting category because you know the Urea and Hammond and all of them are probably closer to 1,000, but this one it's tough. Definitely under the $100 mark,
What?
but probably not under the $50 mark. So I'm somewhere in that $50 to $100 range. So I might just kind of shoot for the middle and say 75.
Damn.
But it is still an ultra ulti, which are you have to have a hobby box, and then you're still only getting probably 1 out of 12 boxes.
Sounds pretty rare.
Yeah, it is rare. So, but rarity always doesn't always equal value, unfortunately.
But sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna say $88. I'm gonna lean closer to 100, just because I do think it should be worth close to 100. I think so, but I'm gonna lean on the underside.
Don't forget you have lifelines on every category.
I know.
Bro, I hate when he does that.
talking like it's probably like $200 or $300.
Just give me the
But
answer. dude.
Interesting.
I'm gonna stick
Don't
with 88.
gaslight.
I could be way off, but 88.
You're sticking with
I'm
88,
sticking with 88.
not $200 or $300.
No.
The Cyber Laser Dragon, Mr. Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh,
It's probably $200.
is $280.
I would never. I don't.
Bro, you guys in chat are saying like 20 bucks or some shit like that. You guys would be fooled on the playground. You guys would trade this for a freaking, whatever, man. I mean, I was still way off with 110.
I would never pay that much.
It is it's a Cyber Dragon card, and it's
Yes.
ultimate rare, and it's in Shadow of Infinity. I mean, it is
Yeah.
still pretty high. Like when I saw this, I was like, "Oh
I'd
wow,
still
that's pretty
trade it
high."
for a
But it
bonfire. Bro, that's like 4 bonfires.
kind of checks out,
Well, in
but at the
Europe
same
right
time,
now.
it's like, wow, that is a lot for a Cyber Laser Dragon.
Yeah, I would buy a lot of cards over that. For
If they were
$280.
88, I feel like I would pick up a couple
Yeah.
because they're pretty nice. But 280, it's like that's
Yeah,
a
all
little
right,
that's
well,
pushing it.
Throw that one in the trash can, but that's fine.
That's fine. No big deal. You got 4 to go. You've got 2 points right now. Not the best start, but that's okay. You have 4
Yo,
more cards
chill,
to make up
Raxon.
for
Hopefully
it.
my lifeline saved me.
I think this next one you're going to do okay. Let's see.
All right. Well,
The
yeah.
next card is Eye of Timaeus.
Oh god,
Timaeus.
dude, what?
What is the year and set of
I
the
don't even know
original
where
printing?
this came
I
out.
think I know the rarity, if it's the first set.
Is this legendary duelist? I have no idea about this card.
If it's a set I'm thinking of, it's
Dragons
What's
of
the set you're
Legends
thinking of?
2014. God
a
damn.
Dragons
What?
of Legends set,
Really?
and I think the
Okay,
I
what I
could be
need from
wrong.
you guys for context, because I have no idea what relevant stuff competitively was in that set. Because then I'm gonna soul charge. Okay, there you go. That's what I needed. Okay.
There's been a few of those.
Fire
I don't
hand,
know
soul
if it's
charge.
like
Okay.
Unleashed, or there's been a few, but I
Mathematician,
think it might be
right,
the
okay.
original one.
So that was 2014 then. Yeah. But I mean, number of printings and original rarity. I'm guessing that set it's probably a secret rare then originally.
With the Dark Magician girl, the popular card that Tim has like 12 of.
Yeah.
I think it's that set.
Okay. Do you know when that came out?
I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark because a guy actually randomly messaged me about Dragons of Legend, and I had to look it up. So I'm randomly going to lock in Dragons of Legend and lock in the year 2014.
Final answer?
That is my final answer.
Dragons of Legend is the correct set, and it was released on April 25th, 2014. Let's go! no.
That is.
I would have failed this.
Like,
I would have failed this 100%. There's no. I mean, I didn't know the set and the year. I also didn't know it was that old.
2 days ago, sent me. He had a 100-pack distribution box of Dragons of Legend. He's like, hey, you know what this is worth, and so I had to do some research on Dragons of Legend. So that, like, I wouldn't know any of that if it wasn't for that. So
that's crazy. All right, that's perfect. He somehow knew you were gonna get that question.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know the rarity of that card?
I'm 90% sure. Oh, wow. Nah, actually, I'm probably 50-50 between Ultra and Secret.
You do
was
have
there
lifelines.
ultras?
Yeah.
Was there ultras in that set? Because it was. I mean, it had supers because that was Soul Charge. It had Secret. That was all the hands and all that. I don't know if those sets had ultras. So I'm gonna say Secret.
So the lifeline in this category,
You get a second guess.
Ooh,
so if you know it's one of two, you could guarantee it, basically.
Yeah.
Or you could take the 50-50.
Yeah. All right. I'll do this. I'll do the lifeline on this one. I'll guarantee myself a point. All right. I go back and forth. It doesn't really matter, I guess. But I will guess Ultra first.
Lewis?
Yep.
It's a good thing you used a lifeline. It is not an ultra.
All right. So I will guess Secret and hopefully be right, but it still could be wrong.
Lewis?
Yes.
Lifeline gives you one extra guess.
1 point mean.
And fortunately for you, it was a secret rare. So you do get 1 point. All right, that's your first
Ruxin is a master gaslighter, dude.
lifeline has been used, but it was well worth it because you got a point.
Yeah,
so
I went back and
well
forth.
done.
Like, I think I actually randomly pulled it, and I like picture pulling it as a secret, but then also I picture it like sitting in my binder as an ultra. So
Well, there is an ultra in Unleashed, I believe.
okay.
What?
So
Spoilers?
I'm giving you a little hint for the next question, but it's not going to change
Well, I know
too
there's
much
at
here.
least 3 printings then.
Spoiler alert, they're all more than 3 on the answers. So
All right.
here we go. Number of printings.
Okay.
For the Eye of Timaeus, we have 4 options. A, 8 printings.
Uh-oh.
B, 5 printings. C, 10 printings. Or D, 6 printings.
Okay. You know what's going on here? You know what I think? I think this is one of those cards that was in one of those legendary duelists that has like a couple different color ultra rares. We had one of those in the last episode too. I think this one is one of those too. So that's at least 4 printings. That's all I have. Plus the original one, that's at least 5. So with all that information I've just deducted, I am now able to exclude not a single answer because the minimum is 5. Fuck. Okay, so we're guessing. A, B, C, or D. It has a ghost rare. Okay. I'll say 8.
Okay, so I know for a fact then there's 3 if there's Unleashed, and
8.
then there's the original, and then there's a Ghost and Ghost from the Past 2.
All
And
right.
then I think it was a pretty expensive card when it came out, so I assume it got printed quite a few times in random, side sets and this and that. I gotta pause. My cat is meowing. Murphy, what are you doing? So yeah, I know of at least 3 printings in the original, Unleashed, and Ghost from the Past 2 as a Ghost. So the options were what?
8, 5, 10, and 6.
All right, I'm gonna stick with my my mindset on the first one and say it's probably not 10, but I do believe it's probably more than 5 or 6, so I'm gonna guess 8 and save the lifeline for one that maybe I have absolutely no idea on.
Final answer?
8 is locked in.
Eye of Timaeus has 8 printings.
Easy clap. We're the best.
All right,
You
Randy.
nailed it. And funny enough, they're almost all Dragons of Legend because they did 4 in the completed series. Or I think it was 4. Yeah, 4 printings in the complete series, that recent reprint thing they did, that little box.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah,
have
yeah,
the
yeah.
blue version, the green version, the purple version. So, like, it was Unleashed, Dragons of Legend.
He's such a narc for including those, by the way, as 4 different printings. It's it's messed up.
Legendary Dragon decks
It's actually messed
that they
up. We
did
don't talk about
several
that
years
enough.
ago, and then the Ghost Rare. That was it. But there was 4 at once.
Yeah, I remember that little box. That was one product
That shit is
I did
crazy
not
for a game
waste my
show.
money on.
To count that as 4
Yeah,
printings.
it wasn't great. So you're doing good on the Eye of Timaeus so far. You've gotten all the points. Let's see.
That's shocking, actually.
Let's see if you can keep this up.
All right.
Because we have to do at least a $10 card, we're doing the Ghost Rare version.
Okay.
Because the secret was like $7 or
I was
something.
gonna
So we didn't
say,
do
yeah,
that.
I would have.
I have no idea. 41.
Assume since it's been so reprinted that the original would be cheaper.
Yeah, it's not too expensive. So we're gonna do the first edition Ghost Rare printing from Ghost from the Past. Ghost from the Past 2.
41 exactly.
What's the price?
On the dot.
Well, I have actually sold a couple of these on TCG Player within the last few months, so I have a decent idea, unless something crazy's happened, meta-wise or something that would cause it to spike. But I'm pretty sure it's the least desirable secret in all of Ghosts from the Past 2. And I think it was kind of floating right around $15 to $20.
No, I'm off so
I'll
far.
say $18.
Final answer on that?
Final answer, $18.
This card, the Eye of Timaeus Ghost Rare, is $14.
No, I thought he was going to say
just snuck
I guessed it in the wrong order.
Because it's 4.2
Yeah.
to get in that 30%.
No, I didn't
So
mean
you snuck in at
41.
1 point. So honestly,
I meant
though,
1-4,
would you
dude.
get
Fuck.
5 points right there?
Yeah. 3 or 4, maybe 4.
No, because you got 2 on the first question with the year in the set. You got 1 for the rarity, 1 on the multiple choice, and then 1 right there on the thing. So you got 5 points to add to your 2. So you're up to 7 points now.
Not too shabby.
That's not bad. Let's go on to card number 3. XX Saber Hyunlei.
Okay, Absolute Power
that
Force.
is my language.
Absolute Power Force 2011. Ultra Rare / Ultimate. Wait, no, 2010. This thing's legal in Edison. So it has to be 2010. Absolute Power Force 2010. Ultra Rare, Ultimate Rare. Yeah.
That's from your favorite set, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. That's an easy one. Absolute Power Force 2010.
The XX Saber Hyunlei is from Absolute Power Force, and it was released on February 16th, 2010. I figured you would know at least the set in the year for this one because you love this set.
Yeah, I
so
opened
2
way too
points. Now the question is, do you know the rarity?
All right, so another quick side quest. The same guy that sent me that Dragons of Unleashed box had a distribution box of Absolute Power Force with 100 packs in it that I bought off of him, and I ended up ripping almost all of them. And I actually pulled that card, and that is the only card from that set that I do not have in PSA 10 in Ultimate Rare.
Wow.
That and it's a candidate, so it's at PSA right now. Hopefully we'll get a 10. And so that personal story will lead me to the answer of this question being it is an Ultra, but also an Ultimate in its highest rarity from Absolute Power Force. Final answer.
You are correct. You're running through this one really easily. But now I'm wondering, do you know how many printings this card has?
That is
Has this thing been reprinted? Because it's at least 2. What are the options? I don't know
a
if it's
better
been
question.
reprinted.
Okay, here are
I
the
would
options.
guess at least once.
A, 4 printings. B, 6 printings. C, 8 printings. Or D, 2 printings.
I
Oh.
could definitely see this only being printed in Absolute Power Force because
You think it's only 2? Has this never been reprinted?
do know
Really?
even the Ultra has some decent value, which lets me
I didn't know
believe
that.
if it had been printed as a common or a rare in a later set, and I don't ever remember.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm skewed because you guys in chat are saying it's only 2. If I was on that show without any Twitch chat, I would have probably said like 4. Like, because I would probably guess it's been reprinted at some point. But you guys are all saying 2, so it's probably 2.
Seeing it in a later set.
You still have lifelines.
I know. It just depends what the last 2.
But I
cards
would have
you
said
in
4,
store
I
for
think.
me. And it depends how nice you are with your lifeline. I'm gonna let it ride, and I am gonna say that it has only been printed those 2 times in Absolute Power Force. Locked in.
All right, you're getting gutsy because you already know it has 2 printings for sure because of the answer earlier, and you're saying there's not a single other printing.
That's what I'm telling you.
Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! Your logic was sound. It has 2 printings.
Yeah, I would have gotten that
I'm
wrong.
glad I didn't overthink that.
If you had gone astray after saying, well, the Ultra has a good, pretty high price, and I was like, yeah, he's right on. If you had changed after that, that would have been sad.
Yeah.
4 points. You're running through this one,
Not
which
bad.
is not a surprise.
No,
it's Absolute Power Force.
Should do well now.
But the question is, do you know the price of the first ed Ultimate Rare in near mint at the moment?
Ooh, it's not really, it's playable in Edison, but it's not relevant. So it's not one of those spiked because of Edison into oblivion. So I don't think this is a super expensive ulti, but it's, I would 40, 50, 45, maybe 60-ish. I don't know. I'll say 45.
Yeah, I gotta kind of take the pedestal, or take, like, I'm used to dealing with a lot of PSA 10 and 9 cards.
But
so
45
take
is
it
on
out
the
of
lower
grid.
end, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a
Got a
little higher, but
lifeline.
I don't think it's
even in the
100 or
green
something
world,
like
I
that.
don't think it's that crazy. But nothing in absolute power force is that crazy. But I do think this is possibly, besides Battle Fader, I think Battle Fader is still over $100.
Battle Fader is expensive because Edison.
This is definitely a top 2 or 3 card in absolute power force. But I think this one, I'm gonna say it's right around 50, but I don't think it's quite at 50. I think it's like, we'll say $47.
Bro, I said 45. We're the same.
Locking it in at $47.
Yes.
Lewis.
Is it 46?
You nearly had
45.
a really, I mean, you already did. You had a really good one, but it was
45.
almost better. But you did, by saying 50 and then sneak it down to
it's
47,
50.
you actually got within 20%. It's a $40 card.
Oh, okay.
So you get
Very
2
good.
points out of that. That's the first ever 2-point guess on
Easy
Guess
clap.
That Price Season 2.
We're the best.
That was
I
even
was even
better than your
closer.
Eye of Timaeus. You just got 6 points there.
Yeah, I
So you're
think
up to 13 points with 2 cards, two full cards left. So there's some potential here for you to do pretty well.
Yeah, it can go downhill fast.
Bro, how the hell are you supposed to get 36 points, man? The
It
hell?
can go downhill fast, and let's see if this next card will do that.
All right.
The next card is the Alligator's Sword Dragon.
I'm going to guess it wasn't first
what?
released as the World Championship promo 2011.
I have no idea,
Unless
man.
you're really throwing me a curveball, because I know that's where it was released as a super, but maybe it was. Is that like, are those like side sets and like cards?
I'm not even gonna try, because I genuinely don't know. I have no idea.
all that. Is that possible answers or not?
Anything is a possible answer for its first release.
Anything is a possible answer. Okay.
So like if I gave you a Crush card and it was first SJC, it would be that.
Yeah. Okay. Like there's just some
Well, I
obscure
would've known
cards
that.
for some reason just
Give me the
like,
crush card.
really iconic cards from the show and whatnot that just never got printed in the TCG until random moments. And I want to think that's probably one of them, but and I don't know.
It's
I
a Worlds
know
promo
there are
pack
common
from 2010?
versions,
Well, I don't know that.
in random starter decks, maybe and such like that. Because I know there's like Toon Alligator and stuff in like Pegasus starter deck, but I don't think that card is printed in it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with WP.
Imagine they pick like one of those McDonald's cards, dude. How fucked up would that be? You're like, yeah, this was first printed in the freaking Happy Meal.
11, which is 2011. That's my final answer.
Lewis,
Yes.
you're going to be kicking yourself after this one.
Is it started at Pegasus?
This was released in the World Championship Pack 2010, August 14th, 2010. You forgot about the rares. This is the very forgettable year because they did all rares. Then the next year they did all of them in like super, basically,
Yeah.
which I know you know,
Yes, I do now.
and you just remembered. So that's a tough one.
Thank you for giving me the answer to the next question, though.
Yeah, I think you knew this one anyway.
Yeah,
So
I
what's
did.
the rarity?
It's a rare.
Yeah. Okay. 1 point. Look, I knew as soon as you said 2011 that you forgot 2010.
I had the blinders on for 2011.
Yeah, so you knew, and those were all rare, so you
Yeah.
knew that. Okay, now we go for the number of printings. You've gotten 1 out of 3 points, so that first one kind of got you because that was 3 points right there,
Yeah.
or 2 points right there. But that's okay. You could bring it back right here. You still have multiple choice.
Bro, I know. Okay, they already talked about the 2 very old printings, but I know it has reprints by now. And there's also there's a Speed Duel one pictured here. So it's at least 3,
thing.
but I think
Bonus.
it's more.
What's it called? Lifeline. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, your 4 options here are A, 6 printings, B, 10 printings, C, 8 printings, or D, 5 printings.
6.
All right, I think I'm going
I've
to
calculated.
line here and get rid of 2.
Okay, that seems like a good idea. All right, so the 2 that are going to be eliminated are D, 5 printings, and B, 10 printings.
Okay, so there's
6.
What two are left? 8 and 11.
6 and 8.
6 and 8. 6 and 8.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right, this is still gonna be a complete guess because I know they've been printed as commons through
Do
various
it then.
things.
Yes.
So I know of 2. Maybe they were printed in some random, Duelist League thing as the 4-color text. So there's 4 there, so that would make 6. Or maybe they've just been randomly printed, 4 other times. 8 does seem like a lot for that card, especially when it's first released.
Go down the middle and say 7.
It's really not a reason to have that many printings.
God damn it, Scroll.
That late of a release. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 6.
Final answer?
Locked in. Final answer.
Unfortunately, this card does have 8 printings.
Well,
And wow, they're all weird. They're
okay.
all weird.
I knew
it
they had
has
to be.
Speed Duel Dex got one. Turbo Pack 8 got a rare. Speed Duel Streets of Battle City. They did it twice in Speed Duel. They have Legendary Deck 2, Legendary Collection 4, Joey's World is a common, then the World Championships 2010, 2011, and then Duel Terminal 4. None of these are they're all random.
Obscure. Throw them in the trash can.
Yeah, that one's super tough. So, okay, let's see if you can make back some points here with the price.
Yeah.
We're going to do, and because you already brought it up, the 2011 super printing.
Oh, God.
Okay, this one's tough.
This is one of those
because
cards where no matter what I say, I'm going to be terribly wrong. Because if I say, World Championship promo, probably freaking expensive, 200, then he's going to say like, yeah, this is absolute trash, $2, right? And if I say, yeah, this is not expensive, $10, then it's going to be like 2,000, right? So whatever I say is going to be wrong. I know that already. But World Championship promo, I just have to guess expensive, right? I'm going to say like 250.
I do have it in a PSA 9, and I think I valued it. The guy was in a kind of a hurry to move it, and I valued it around raw value. I don't want to know the last card and not need to use the lifeline, so I do think I'm going to use the lifeline on this category as well, and just let it ride on the last card. So my over under on this card is going to be TCG players weird too, because there could be
keep in mind it's TCG player lowest listing, and there were not a lot of listings of this. I'll tell you that.
Very few listings. Yeah. Over under is going to be $335.
This card is more than $335.
God, see?
I figured it would.
Oh, God.
Wanted to make sure that there wasn't some random listing.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm gonna go. If there's like $500 or something stupid, because everyone's probably laughing like, oh, this is like $700 on TCG player. All right.
You could argue that most of the prices for these kind of cards are stupid. So.
And this is Alligator Swords Dragon, the Fusion.
Yes, the Fusion, yes.
Yes, not Alligator Swords.
No, not Alligator Sword, no.
I'm going to go with $415 in. But with TCG player, you never know. But I'm going to go $415. I think it should be less than that, but with TCG player, I got to put in a little buffer. It's probably like $600 or something stupid, but $415 locked in.
All right. You didn't do so well on this card.
Uh-oh.
700, 800, 900.
But you did very well on the price of this card. It is $400, which means you get 3 points on this part.
Jesus Christ.
All right,
man.
17 total points. You've currently matched Simo in episode 1. So if you get any points on this last card, you will be our new leader for best scores. No pressure, no pressure, especially since 20 points actually gets you to the next benchmark, which is $50 in the reward. So let's see if you can do that.
Right,
last card. Are you ready, Lewis?
Yes.
And how are you feeling right now about your performance?
I'm shocked that I did so well on like Iatomias and kind of disappointed I did on that. So it's probably averaging out to about what it should be, I'd say.
I think that's fair. Okay. Last card is the Gladiator Beast Retiari.
Crossroads of Chaos. It's 2009? 2009. 8? Is it 8? That's the Black Rose set, isn't it? Was Black Rose out in 2008? Very late 2008. Okay. Okay. I believe this only has 2 printings. I believe when I picked these up for Edison format, I think they were expensive. I think it has a secret rare. It was a secret rare in Crossroads of Chaos. And it has a rare in a, I think, turbo pack. So I can only think, I think it's only 2 printings.
Okay. Yeah, this one is well over the head of knowledge. All right, I'm gonna guess. All right, well, I'm definitely using whatever lifeline I can use on this first category, using for sure. So give me whatever information you can give me.
All right, so you get 1 word out of the set name. The word I'm going to give you, there's a word I could give you that would completely give it away, but then there's a word that...
Give him chaos, dude. Chaos is so mean.
There's a few options, so I'm going to give you the word with a few options.
All right.
Give him off. Off.
Chaos.
Chaos. Okay. I don't think it's Battles of Chaos. It could be Dimension of Chaos. I don't think it's Invasion of Chaos. Yeah, I think, and I'm sure there's other chaos. I'm sure it's in that like kind of 2000, probably 7 to 2015 range of sets, and I'm sure there's chaos
that's
sets
8
in there
years
that I don't even know of. But I do know Dimension of Chaos is kind of in that middle ground, and that's the only chaos set that I can think of that might have that card in it. So on an absolute Hail Mary, 4th and like 30, I'm going to say Dimension of Chaos.
Don't bring up the Auburn, Alabama game. Chelsea's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, 4th and 30, Dimension of Chaos, and I think the year of that is 2012. So we're going to lock that in.
This is how you can tell that they're a collector and not a meta player back in the day, right? Because like you freaking remember Glad Beasts. As a collector, probably not as much, because those cards wouldn't mean that much to you. But as a player, dude, you remember that shit.
And I could be 5 years off one way or the other.
You were more than 5 years old, I think.
All right, Gladiator Beast Retiari. Do you know this card at all?
No, I could not tell you. I couldn't tell you if it's an effect, a fusion, anything, nothing.
Oh, well, this is going to be tough for you then. Okay, I was wondering if you would know this card because it came out in Crossroads of Chaos.
Ooh, okay.
On November 18th, 2008. So it's kind of in your range, like barely on the fringes.
Yeah, I just, unfortunately, I did not open a lot of Crossroads of Chaos just because it's hard to get first edition packs, and I don't like opening unlimited packs of sets at first edition. So that makes sense. I knew it was like that 2007 because there's a lot of Gladiator Beast in Gladiator's Assault, which is in the same time frame.
This one's kind of a weird one that it just feels like it should be in Gladiator's Assault, but it's not. So I was trying to be a little tricky with that, but then you didn't even know the card, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, and if I hadn't had the lifeline, I would have probably guessed Gladiator's Assault. So we would have been wrong still, but I think I would have got the year right then, maybe. No,
I think Gladiator's Assault might be 2007, I think.
Yeah, it's the very last set, 2007, I think.
Okay, well, now let's see if you can guess the rarities since you don't know the card. At least you know the rarities in that set now.
And I can eliminate Ghost.
It's not a Ghost.
No, so now it's probably between Ultimate and Secret, and that is the coin flip. I'm going to guess Ultimate just because I think...
Oh my god, you're hurting my soul.
Yeah, I'm going to lock in Ultimate. It's probably a secret. I'm going to overthink it, but I'm locking in Ultimate.
You have officially overthought your first question. It is a secret rare. This is one of the weirdest ones that like nobody even like remembers that this was a secret in here.
Yeah.
They're, like such a weird, because like Crossroads of Chaos secrets are not very impactful for the most part.
No.
There's a couple of them, but you're mostly looking for the ulties or like...
I mean, this is probably the most impactful secret rare in the pack.
The Ghost or whatever. So this one they kind of overlooked this rarity here.
Right, I gotta finish strong here. Get the 20.
You gotta get a point here so you can pass Simo.
Yeah.
All right, multiple choice, number of printings. I made this one straightforward. There are 4 options: A1, B2, C3, or D4.
2.
Gladiator Beast. I bet it's probably printed in some random deck. Because there's, I mean,
Two.
I mean, there definitely are cards that only have one printing, but not a lot of cards that are that old, I bet, still have just one printing. I'm going to say 2.
Poggers.
Final answer.
All right.
Did I overthink that one too?
I mean, you don't really know a lot about this card, so it's hard to really overthink it.
Yeah.
But what you did do was guess correctly. It is 2 printings.
1 and 4, baby. 1 and 4.
Yeah, so it has a printing Crossroads of Chaos, and then it got a Turbo Pack 3 printing. So it's been a very long time since it's had one.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to remember all the random Turbo Pack, OTS packs, all those. Like, those are the ones you really forget about or don't even know about.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I didn't know that had a common in there or a rare or something like that. So, all right, you're up to 18. If you can get this thing within 20%, you can get 20 points.
All right.
So I am, since there are only 2 printings, I am asking.
This thing in first edition is actually quite expensive. Because it is also relevant for like retro formats. Like Glad is not the best deck in Edison, but it's playable. And also, I mean, like if you play other retro formats, Glads are also relevant there. I think I think I picked one of these up, but that was like a year ago or something like that. And I think I already paid over 40 like a year ago for a first edition one. I don't remember exactly. I think it's more now. I think it's like 75. And then like TCG player, let's add a little bit to it. Let's say 85.
Thinking about the first edition Crossroads of Chaos secret rare printing.
All right.
In your mint.
Yeah. So, I don't think a lot of the cards in that set have a lot of value, but it's more than $10. I do know that.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Guaranteed more than 10, and it is still like very expensive packs. And first edition secret rare, which is probably like 1 in 24 to 1 in 30 pull odds. So there's definitely some rarity there to warrant the value. Playability, no idea. Never know if it was relevant or if you pulled it and you were angry at the world. I cannot imagine this being more than like $50. I want to float around the $50.
It's more than 50.
I don't think it might not even be that.
It's more than 50.
I'm gonna guess $42.
Final answer?
Yeah, I don't like it, but it is my final answer.
Well, I mean, you don't really know this card, so I can't expect you to really like know too much. But unfortunately, this card is $100.
Yeah, is it the best?
Yeah, I was closer to it, but I also, what did I say, 85? Yeah, it's even more than that.
Is there more than one?
So it is playable. I think it's a one of in the Gladiator Beast deck. So Edison stuff. Then it's the first edition, you know, with Crossroads of Chaos is always
It's a one of in Glad Beast. Some people cite a second one. Yeah.
just crazy. So
underplayed the value, the rarity.
It has some use in Gladiator Beast decks. It's actually a pretty good card. Yeah, I mean, you didn't even know which card it was, so I can't expect you to know that one.
I'll have to look a picture of it up.
Normally, on the previous season, I would send a picture, but I can't now because it would have like, you know, some info that you would get some of the answers. So yeah, Gladiator Beast Rettiari, that was your ultimate downfall. But still, you did better than Simo. You did pretty well.
Yeah, Iatamias and Hyunli really came through for me.
Yeah, those were big for you. That's the thing.
All right. That was fun. I like the new style a lot. I like it a lot because it really makes you think back to the old days. You know, when did this come out? What rarity did it release in? When has it been reprinted? As someone who's been playing this entire time, I think I find it very fun. Okay. That being said, we've been doing a lot of talky. But now we're actually going to hop into some gameplay. Ooh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Scatter. Event gaming. Wait, has the event started? Oh, there's an update. Hold up. Not yet? Okay, that's what I thought. Update. So, because, I mean, we've played Super Heavy Samurai and Vanadium yesterday, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I am already kind of tired of it. So today, we're gonna try some other stuff, and I figured, since I have opened a bunch of this pack anyways, and I think I've pulled all of the Gold Pride cards anyways. I figured I might as well try some of that, you know? Try some of that Gold Pride Punk stuff. Which is pretty fun, I think. I don't know if it's going to be able to compete, but that's what we're here to find out, I suppose. As far as Dragon Rulers goes, I think I need some more time to cook up a Dragon Ruler deck, but I want to try playing Dragon Rulers at some point as well. Oh, I've reached the maximum. Okay, I can delete this. Let us do some gold priding. Now, the question is, like the most... Hold up, let me see if I have all the gold pride cards first. I do. I have this, by the way. Poggers. But I have 3 better luck next times. I have 3 Leons. I have 3 gold star Leons, which I don't even think you need 3 of each, but we'll see. I have 3 carry. I have everything. I would need a 3rd better. The crowd goes wild if we play that, but I don't know if we do. You can buy extra deck slots in the shop. I know. Yeah, I'm aware. So I think we're gonna just make it a Gold Pride Punk deck, which would mean you could also play Terror Top, couldn't you? Is that an ultra rare? No, it's not. It's just a super. Do you play Terror Top with Captain Carey? Maybe. Ooh. God damn it. Terror Top sucks in Droll format? Maybe, yeah. But I'm gonna be honest, I mean, if I put Punk cards in here, it's also gonna be bad against Droll, no? But let's try, I mean, hold up. So one thing I wonder is if we play Upstart Goblin, because it does help you with all of your gold prides, right? Technically, it sucks against Droll as well, but it this feels good. But yeah, Punk. Do you play the full Punk package? Probably. 3 Xiaomin, one of this. Foxy. I don't know how if you play 3 Foxies and Ogre. Lagon, Spider. Traps. I'm just gonna put like everything in and then we cut down. Dragon Drive, Amazing Dragon, Carp. Teleport. Punisher. I mean, you're probably gonna only play one of these, right? If you even play the fusion. Okay, let me remind myself really quick of what these do. So if your life points are lower, special summon this card from your hand, and then it brings a gold pride from the grave back. Captain Carey adds a gold pride trap from deck to hand, which you play the start your engines, right? Reveal 3 gold prides from your deck. Yeah. 2 chariot. Hold up. And then we have Roller Baller, Fusion Summon. Roller baller. The thing is, if you want to guarantee to summon a roller baller on your opponent's turn, you have to play 3 roller ballers. Do you want to play 3 roller ballers? That seems kind of excessive. We're definitely going to be playing Ghost Ogre, because it's like we have to cut down some engine, because right now in the current Master Duel format we need a lot of non-engine. I mean, like Ghost Ogre, Max Seed, Roll to not get owned by Super Heavy Samurai. We probably play Ash too to counter opponents' thingies. Like this is probably the non-engine we need at the minimum. You need 1 Nitro Head. Gold Pride. Gamma plus Lambda. I wouldn't be opposed to that, especially if we play, because this one is also a Rhoda on an empty board. We have Teleport. We have a couple of ways to use Gamma on our own turn as well. So I think I like playing Gamma, maybe Lambda. So this is a lot of cards. We have to cut down on that at some point. You forgot Shirakuzai. Oh, Shirak. Right. I don't think we need both punk traps, by the way. I think we just need 1. If even. We might not need the trap at all. Like, it wouldn't be completely outrageous to play like a smaller punk package without the trap. Oh yeah. We don't need 3 Exceed, that's right. But 2 is probably good. Downerd, Zeus. What level is Roller Baller? 5? 5. So that makes 8. Level 8 Synchros. Dragon Drive. Dragite? Oh, this is water. Yeah, we can play Dragite. Fortune Tune. Do I really play 3 Leons? Because if I don't have anything in the... It doesn't do anything in the graveyard. Probably cut some of these. You play 3 for the trap summon? So what is my... Hold up. You can detach 1 material from this card, add a Gold Pride spell from your deck to your hand, send a Gold Pride monster from your deck to the graveyard. So am I trying to foolish a Roller Baller with the Exceed? Is that what I'm trying to do? And then on my opponent's turn, I go start your engine, reveal 3 Leons, and then Leon gets summoned and I bring back Roller Baller. Is that the plan? Right? Is that the line? Like I make a Kiri. Okay. I see. But for that, I don't need 2 Roller Ballers, do I? I suppose the logic behind the second Roller Baller would be Leon Revive locks you into Gold Pride extra deck monsters. Well, yeah, but on my opponent's turn, that doesn't matter, right? On my own turn, that kind of sucks, but I can use it towards the end, right? But I guess drawing Leon isn't great. I agree with you there. Drawing Leon isn't great. Two Leon, 1 Baller if you open Leon. Yeah, so I need 2 Leon and 2 Baller, right? Or 3 in 1. Worst case, it's a level 3 tuner extender. I mean, it's true, right? I don't have to use the effect, and then I'm not locked. So maybe it is fine. Do I need the rising card package? Couldn't I just play a smaller punk package? Wouldn't it be enough to just go Zeamin into Deer Note? Like, is it really necessary for me to go through all the thingies? I guess drawing with this is good. But do I really need the full punk experience? You know, couldn't I? Because then I could cut these 3 and the field spell. Like, wouldn't it be this, wouldn't it? Isn't it like cleaner if I work around it this way? Our punk engine goes into the Gold Pride engine. Fair enough, but it can still do that if we want to. Right? Like, I can still go... Take a level 3 psychic. Is any of this psychic? No. I'll see if I miss the other punk cards. What do I play in the extra deck instead then? This list that I'm looking at now, it plays... I don't know why it plays the Croc. But it plays this thing. Why does it play this? I guess with 2 level 3s and like 3 level 3s, you can make this, but you could also make Trishula. Like, Trishula seems like a stronger card in that case, I suppose. I don't think you need both. Let me try a couple games with this, because in theory, it doesn't seem that bad, because you got 14 hand traps in a 40 card deck right now. That doesn't seem terrible. Ogre is searchable, but I still think it's good enough to play 3, because going second, you need to draw it. You don't have time to search it. Against Super Heavy Samurai, with the amount of Super Heavy Samurais I saw yesterday, I'm kind of inclined to play more than 1 Ogre. Because I know it's searchable, but, you know... Didn't you like pure Gold Pride more than the Punk variant when the cards came out in TCG? I haven't tested it much, but I liked it too. Oh god, I forgot to change accessories. Oh yeah, please freaking droll me. Or that, by all means. Okay, we get shifted. That's okay, though. I don't even think this is that bad for this deck specifically. I could also just pass with Ash Gamma. But yeah. That feels okay against 4 cards. Gamma Ash. Pass on the trap at least. Well, you have to understand, if I get the trap card, my Gamma is not gonna be live. Like, I can play into this. Nah, I'm passing. I don't want to disable my own Gamma. I think it's fine. They're on 4 cards. They're playing a shifter deck. So, I mean, like, yeah. Make Lambda? I do play Lambda. But I don't know if I have enough bodies to make all of that happen. I mean, yeah, they're just like, I'm not gonna use my unicorn. Okay, dude. That's fine. 2 sets. Cool. Sick. And just like this, we have outlasted the shifter. Now, which one do I want here, though? Leon to go into... Yeah, I suppose. 1500 damage, okay. Leon locks you only if I use the effect. I don't have anything in the graveyard anyways. I'm not going to use it. Like, only if I use the effect to revive, which I'm not going to. It's really annoying that this only triggers on summon of something. I mean, I'm probably getting impermed here, but then we are kind of in a checkmate scenario where they can't attack over it. Oh. Oh, I didn't know it did that. Okay, no, I don't want to use that. I can reveal a gold pride and search a gold pride with a different name. Special summon it, but lose life points equal to its attack. So if I do that... What can I special? I can special another Leon and use its effect to revive Rollerballer. Does Leon trigger on normal summon as well? Yeah, I can still normal summon. I could just search a Leon and normal summon it. Dinomorphia Gold Pride? I don't think that's good together. Special summon, no, I don't want to take more damage here. But normal summon here. Wait, they have Solemn Judgment? They had a response window before I was able to activate that. Really? This is the second time I've been solemnly warned in 2 days. That's messed up. This is mandatory. So I draw one here, right? Okay. So Interesting. Not going to droll here. Going to maxi. Is warning the super heavy samurai counter? I mean, not really. So the problem here is they top deck dash. That's the problem. That is the fucking problem. Okay, we lose. They didn't ash the maxi. Well, I mean, they knew I had the trap card, right? But that is fucked up. I mean, I'm not gonna lockbird here. It makes no sense. Wait, what? Not even summoning the thing? Interesting. Okay. God damn it, man. Zeus? I can Zeus. It's another warning. It's another fucking solemn warning. Bro, when I skipped my first turn to not be under shifter, I didn't think they would open 2 freaking solemn warnings is the problem. That was not part of my calculations. Didn't even trigger a unicorn. Yeah, we just die. I mean, dude, literally 1 unicorn soloed us with 2 warnings, 2 ashes, and a shifter. That was so messed up. What the hell is double solemn warning, dude? I hate that I'm forced to play Droll right now. I hate whenever you do have to do this because exactly this happens so often. There's so many decks where Droll is just terrible against it, but then you play against Super Heavy Samurai and you just have to play it. But I hate playing this card. I absolutely hate having to play this card whenever it happens. Bro, can I draw a single upstart, man? This hand just does nothing, right? I just pass. Sick. Punk needed? I mean, we do play Punk. I'm not playing Chicken Game. No. But you could think about it. I don't know if I have Chicken Game either. You have to play more Punk. I mean, the problem is most of the Punk cards are actually not that good. Except for Zeamin. Like, I'm already playing all the good Punk cards, so I'm not too sure if I like playing more. Okay, we drew an out to Maxi with the upstart. That's nice. They don't have it anyways. Do I summon like Pep turn 1? I could. Doesn't seem that bad. So here, I'm thinking Dragon Drive, bring back Zeamin, make Kiri. Do I even need Kiri here? What if I make Omega? No. Dragon Drive. And we bring back Zeamin? So we don't play other punks, which makes this a little bit worse. But I guess we search Zeamin for some amount of follow-up. Now we make Kiri? Yeah. Detach Kiri. Better luck next time. I don't believe I'm foolish because I already discarded a roller baller. I kind of want to leave other stuff in the deck. And then I just add Leon. Special Leon. Don't use the effect. I mean, make a Pep. With almost, I mean, 4,600 life point div. I haven't normal summoned, by the way. End phase. This tags out. And I draw a card with this as well. Right. Take the one from the graveyard. Here. And then I draw a card. Okay, another carry is not what I needed, but it's fine. Leon mod check? What do you mean? I mean, I had in my deck I had 2 Leon and a roller baller. So I'm able to, the trap will be able to summon a thing. Like I'm yeah. The thing is, you can't really. What level is this dude? Level 8. Because I was thinking, is there a way to play gold prides without the punk cards? I don't think so, though. You definitely need fusion to get field searcher off of it. Wait, what? Oh, you mean the punk? Yeah, I don't play the punk field spell right now. I don't play the punk because we could try a bigger punk package. I'm just worried it's too much space because it's the field spell, this dude. 1 trap, Vagon, Spider. It's a lot of cards. And you would probably also play more Foxies. So like, what else do I cut? I don't want to cut Upstart. Upstart seems way too good in this deck. Cutting Upstart seems miserable because that card is just free real estate to unbrick all of your hands, even if you don't draw a punk card. Also, Upstart makes them droll you before, like, when you can gamma them and all that kind of stuff. I don't like cutting Upstart at all. Cut one of the Gold Pride search spells. You don't love drawing it? You don't love drawing this card? It feels good. Why don't we play Teleport? That is a good question. Cut 1 baller? We could cut 1 baller. Cut Ogre? If we go to 1 Ogre because we can search it, I guess. I don't love this, but I guess it's possible. Do you ever need 2 traps? Or is 1 okay? Or can we cut the punk trap package? Like, can we just go with the field spell and the spell searcher? Do we need the punk trap? Like, what if we did this? Roughly. You know, I don't know, cut 1 Foxy. Like, what if we did this? We now need Rising Carp. What do we cut for Rising Carp? Do we need Nitro Blaster? Target a monster, destroy it. Ah, this guy seems good. But without Nitro Head. Okay. Let's try this. DST King, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Also, Kane Upsilon and Eula GNG, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate that. Always very happy when you guys use your primes to support the channel, especially first time primes like yours. Thank you so much. All right, we draw the Ghost Ogre anyways. And we still don't draw punk cards, even though we're playing a million of them. Related cards. If you control a wind monster, do I Ghost Ogre Takettenborg? Because I don't know what the hell this could be. Like, this could be anything. It could be a Speed Droid deck. It could be the Mirror Match. It could be anything. I'm trying to think if it's actually worth Ghost. It could be like Zodiac. Because Invoker is legal. I'm just going to Ghost Ogre it. %, they summon Unicorn if you Ogre it. I mean, that is some 5T chest that I'm losing to, I suppose, if they have Kashtira Unicorn right now. It is Punk. I think against Punk, that was okay. Against Punk, I think Ghost Ogring that was okay. I mean, I guess if they play the Punk field spell, then Ghost Ogre would also be pretty good for that. But we'll see. Just a demo, thank you for the 17 months. And Reckless, thank you for the 12. The full year, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I mean, as long as this Maxi resolve, nothing matters. But it does not, okay. Well. Love me some minigaming. This is particularly annoying. This is such a toxic mirror match because their life points are going to be lower than mine. So I'm going to have a hard time using my gold prides at all. Learn the combo from them. I am aware of the Punk combo, don't get me wrong. When I'm saying I want to cut the Punk cards, it is not because I don't understand the Punk combo, but thank you. Thank you for letting me know that there's a Punk combo where you use all of your effects in a very obvious fashion, one after another, in a way that even a second grader could figure it out by just reading all the cards, but aren't they locked into gold prides now? Oh, they have everything anyways. Okay, perfect. Trust me, I'll be I'll be lower life points than them at some point. Ah, sick. Yeah, this sick. I recently learned that Quem plus any runic gets you into a full Orcus board because you can send Grand Guignol can send Orcus Nightmare. Yeah, it's funny. I think there's a real chance that if you want to play an Orcus deck in the TCG, you should be playing it with Cartesia, because Cartesia fusing away Orcus from your hand and then sending more from the deck is kind of nutty. Okay, we've drawn both Gold Pride spells, which is pretty dumb of us. We also keep drawing this shit. So, I mean, yeah, we're not going to be able to get the Punk combo going with this hand, right? It's just Gold Pride. And I guess we get Carry. Rollerballer plus Leon into Dragon Drive. Rollerballer plus Leon into Dragon Drive. I could do that. That means I would have to go Crowd Goes Wild, special Rollerballer. Yeah. I guess that works. Oh no, you're lying, actually. It doesn't. It needs a Psychic Tuner. But what I can do, I can normal summon Vagon, search the field spell, and then special... Yeah, it still works. Not the way you said, but it does work. No. It's not the worst idea still, because with the extreme jamming session, I can still special the... If I search Xiamin with the thing, I can still summon it from hand. It does work. So I want to go here. Is the Super Heavy Samurai first impression as bad as it seems on paper? What do you mean as bad? The deck is good. It's not as good as people think. But it is very toxic, yes. Fuck. That's not that bad. I think I want to Omega. This is kind of cool because we're doing all the punk stuff even before any of the gold price stuff is happening. So if we get like Nibiru at some point or some shit like that, we still haven't used all of our shit. And so now I'm just gonna go Punisher, which is unaffected by Nib anyways, and just do the gold pride stuff next to it, right? At which point I think I can even lock myself into gold prides with this, with the Leon, right? I don't think it matters. Let me rip one out of their hands, see what they're playing. Rescue Ace. Okay. Summon the rolling ball. And now do I make Captain Carey? Or do I make Leon? I think I make Leon because I already have used both of the spell cards. Because if I make this, I will draw a card in the end phase, but what am I going to draw? No, I'll make Leon. Doesn't Engine play Fire Attacker? I mean, I guess it could be like Tearlaments or some shit. This is fine. So we hand rip them for one. We have an unaffected Punisher. We have a Leon pop. We have the trap card. We have a Rollerballer fusion. It's not too bad of a board. We've drawn some cards with the field spell. I mean, yeah. Hydrante. Let's pop that. Alert, sure. Does the fusion target or is it non-targeting? It does not target. That's criminal. Which one would I rather have? I mean, I don't have a target for the carry anymore, so. Oh, this thing also quick synchros. Oh, you can quick synchro Trishula if you have the stuff for it. I don't right now, but you can. Okay, I forgot about that. But I don't think I need to do anything here. I think I'm just gonna on resolution Rollerballer. Yeah, I'll just Rollerballer on res. Up to the number. Okay. Cool. So let's keep the tuner, I suppose. Beep, beep, beep. This is one of the coolest forms of interaction. I love Pinballer. Give me those. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's actually fucked up. Not that I can do anything about that, but that was actually messed up. I don't think we're losing because we have a Punisher that's unaffected, but still, that's messed up. Anthony Hansel, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Where was that? 3 traps? Why did you go battle fades? Why would you do that? God damn, this Punisher got about to be thick, man. What the? Okay, they have rescue. Reinforce. God damn, okay. Xiamin's actually a great draw. Oh, right. Omega comes back. And they get Fire Attacker. That doesn't matter in hand, does it? Yeah. Okay, so. It's normal summon. I mean, I could also special summon it. Is there a difference? It's not a huge difference, but I guess that makes it so they don't know. El no sabe that we have a potentially more normal summons in hand. Destroys the Xiamin, sure. Was there a reason they couldn't attack Pep to reduce their life points lower than yours? I mean, they could have done that, but then their turbulence would have been gone. My fusion would have survived and all that, so... Oh shit, that works with Pep? That's funny. I cannot kill him this turn. I don't think. Because of the trap. But this Punisher about to be thick. Oop. Wait, actually, it's only... Oh, I thought it couldn't be destroyed by a turn, but it only was this turn once, so I could have made Lambda with normal summon Droll, attacked it once. Oh no, wait, then no, it would still not gonna be game. See, because yeah, no, it would not have been game. But I don't think the Punisher is outable for them. I suppose there's a chance they play, what's it called? They play Underworld Goddess? No. Bro, that last card in hand Like, the last two cards being Talents and Turbulence actually makes this kind of scary. If they play Goddess, we can lose this. Do I Lockbird here? I feel like I don't. Because I could draw them here. But then I disable my own Maxi. At the same time, I mean, I'll draw. Whatever. I can't let them get the field spell recycling going. That is not something I can allow, I don't think. That is part of the risk. Take my Leon. If they have Goddess now, they out the Punisher. If they just normal summon, make Goddess. But then we're both out of shit. Well, they have this still. Wait, they play more? Another rescue? That's it. Okay. They play Goddess. They're going for it with so much confidence. They play Goddess. Fuck. That's so messed up, man. I'm actually losing to another Talents. That's so messed up. They only survived because they played the shitty trap too. This one. Which is a terrible card. Damn. Can you even combo with that amount of life points? I don't think it was about the amount of life points. I was just out of cards in my deck. Like, that is one thing that Gold Pride is kind of lacking. Like, once the stuff is in the graveyard, you have no way of really getting it back. I needed to, like, top deck Leon, maybe. Leon into some stuff could have done something, but... We haven't played against a single super heavy samurai. Is everyone already tired of it? Neurock, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. They're already in Master 1. Fair enough. We're just vibing out here with Gold Pride. Oh god, the Performer Pal. Take it. Take the Performer Pal. It'd be so funny. No. Smooth, thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. The annoying part about having Maxi in this spot, they're gonna activate Kuklok, and I have to chain Maxi to it. But then they probably just don't special summon. But the alternative is I wait for the trap with my Maxi, and then they still, like, if I wait with the Maxi, they summon Kuklok, activate this, summon Lovely. Nah. I can't save it either, because if they activate this on their turn, they get to reset and everything. Like, I don't want that to happen. You don't wait here. You're just happy if they don't get to use this, because if they use this card this turn, okay, they just chain. That's fine, I guess. No, I think we get fucked. They just add this back to hand, yeah. No, this is my bad though. I forgot that they could. For some reason I mistook it with the furniture plus just furniture plus Ku Klok, but they had the Ariana. It makes it different. But yeah, that's my bad. But what do I do with it then? Do I just not maxi them? I guess I just don't maxi them. But on my turn, I can't maxi them either on the trap card, because then this thing is here. It's messed up. It's just, this is a very bad matchup, I think, but this was definitely not the right way to do it. Why do you play Upstart in Punk/Pride? Isn't it just horrible considering you need lower life points than your opponent? Yes, and that's what it does. This Ashe is completely useless, by the way, unless they have Maxi. Because I can't Ashe the trap anymore. That would have been very good last turn. Kind of sucks this turn. I don't even know why I'm still in here. We have no chance of winning this game. Labyrinth probably is the strongest non-combo deck you can play in Master Duel right now. Pretty damn strong. You can play all the hand traps you want. Gold Pride is broke. Gold Pride's not meta. Gold Pride's not that good. I think it's playable, but it's not great. Dude, I wish I could Ashe something. Great, or is it meh at best? I wouldn't say it's a great deck. I wouldn't call it meh either. I don't know what your exact definition is, but I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's like okay. I guess we lost. I mean, probably. The best I can hope for is normal summon Ashe, rank 3. Somehow makes the Zeus resolve. That's the only thing I can hope for. That depends on the last set, basically. Can't really do much else. Oh wait, no, I normaled Xiamin, didn't I? Yeah. Well, yeah, then it's over. This game could have been better if I kept the Maxi, though. That was I brain farted. We probably still lose, but we definitely draw a couple cards on the opponent's turn if we just shotgun the maxi. Okay. So here you are supposed to get Shirakuzai, right? With this version. That's pretty good. That is also something that would not happen if you didn't go for the fusion. That's something like if I went for the level 8. Yeah, okay, cool, sick. If you just go for like if you just go fucking Deer Note into a level 8 synchro, like this should have been in defense by the way, but Did you fully pull the cards from the newest pack? I had to craft pretty much all the... I had to craft pretty much all of the... Like, I crafted 3 Vakaushis. I pulled 0 of the Vakaushis, but I pulled everything else. But I opened a lot of packs, too. I'm just hoping they have no freaking normal summon. They have one. Yep, curtains. Yeah, the deck is not looking too hot. That's a sick hand for going second. Didn't you rank up to Master yesterday? No, we didn't. We were like 1 game away. And I switched to Vanadium anyways because I didn't want to play super heavy anymore. We've drawn Droll for like the last 5 games straight, and then the one time it's good, we don't have it. Oh no, he's tilted? I'm not tilted. I'm playing a mid deck. I don't expect it to do that much, but it's just like that game, I don't have to wait. My hand is awful. They have Fenrir Raisin. We don't have to waste time. Like, I can't beat that. My deck cannot beat that opener. They have something. It's not Maxi though. What do they have? Imperm? I mean, could be. That's good. I don't really want to go for this. I'm just gonna get this. It's safer. It's much safer. I don't like the fusion line at all. I like the field spell to draw cards, but that's about it. I don't know. Like, I realize it's good if you, I mean, if you don't get interrupted at all. I understand that, but I don't know if I like it more. Imperm here is I was just gonna search a Ghost Ogre, nothing else, but sure. Another teleport. Do I want to make End Punisher again just in case of like Nibiru? Like, I'm thinking End Punisher, Special Carry, Search Trap, make yeah, I think so. Does this run the quick synchro punk? I do, yeah. I mean, Shirakuzai is the quick synchro punk, right? So yeah, I do. Send baller. Fuck it, we ball. Leon. Add Leon. Special Leon. Bring back Roller Baller already. And just pass. Seems okay. There might be better ways to, like, better end boards, but I like the Leon here on the end board. Like, Leon, bring back Roller Baller seems okay, because then I can just quick fuse on the opponent's turn, or quick synchro, right? I don't play Punk Trap right now, no. Pick the one from the grave. You can do both? Well, yeah, now I know. Yeah, now I can. Is there a good level 8 quick synchro that you can make? I mean, Dragite, I guess. Well. I mean, you're just gonna get drolled real quick. I could Trish them here, but I don't think it's correct. But I could like go with the Gold Pride Trap, destroy one of them, summon the level 3 Kiri, and then I have 1 tuner and 2 non-tuners. I could theoretically Trish them, but I don't think that's worth it, because if I do that, I don't have another Gold Pride to make Roller Baller fusion anymore. Don't think that's worth it. So I'm not going to. I hate how it just feels like I'm out of gold prides instantly. I have like no grind game. The punks are the punks have no grind game, and the gold prides have no grind game. Like if your board is broken, you're out of shit forever. It's over. That doesn't feel great about this deck. Because the first turn board is like fine, but it's not unstoppable. Like it's not completely unbreakable. I'm not gonna play Pot of Avarice, chat. That's a lot of punk cards. God damn. Okay. Well. Ooh, is that super heavy? Because they play Veiler? Might be. It draws a card. That's very funny. It draws a card when it gets Veilered. That's very cool. Nice. They're about to be mad. What do I even bring back? Level 3, I guess. Frosty's, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. But I guess I just go search Ghost Ogre and make Pep. Like, it's not really much of an end port. Like, I can still search here. I guess we take Sherak. But yeah. I mean, it's a Pep with 3 hand traps. Yeah, it can't be that bad. And Veiler, honestly, Veiler these days kind of indicates it's super heavy samurai, which with those 3 hand traps, we're completely fine against super heavies. I don't play zombie vampire, chat. Okay, against branded, it's a little worse. A lot worse. What branded deck? Okay, that's fucked because Mirror Jade just outs Punisher. Do I roll them here or do I max see them? I mean, I need follow-up. Yeah, I have Ghost Ogre for regained, if depending on how they chain it. No, the deck is like 40, 44. When will Konami ban Maxi in Master Duel? I don't know, man. Because apparently every single person in the universe asking them for it is not enough reason yet. Wait, 2 out? Why? Easy victory. Not even close. Maybe it was the first time they resolved branded fusion, because it's always been ashed and they're so used to activate branded fusion and then scooping that they were just confused. They were like, I didn't think I would get this far. Oh god, no. God damn it, man. Fucking Black Wings, man. Oh god, strongest Blackwing duelist. Oh, they might survive. In before Nib. I guess I shouldn't have summoned Carry first action. That is true. But even Nib is fine. Fuck them birds, that's right. What do I want? A level 3 non-tuner, level 8 non-tuner or tuner? I mean, this already makes with a level 3. I want a level 3 tuner, I think. Konami should delete the winged beast type. Spitting. Spitting raw facts. Plus 53. Strongest black wing soldier. Goodbye. Gold Pride redeemed? I mean, a little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what deck you're playing in Master Duel, right? Especially right now, there's always a decent portion of luck involved. With all these situational hand traps and Maxi in general, like, you know, it's always Gamba. Oh, sick hand. Sick hand. Okay, well, I mean... I guess I have combo. Look at the symbol. Oh man. Royal Ash, goddamn. That's why I had Driver in hand, by the way. If it was not a Royal Ash, that Driver would have been summoned from the deck real quick. But because they had Royal Ash, it was in my hand. That's how it goes. They have more. How's the deck? It's okay. It's not great, but it's not terrible either. You know. What am I supposed to do here? Because even if I get the field spell, I can't really pay for any effects anymore. Oh, okay. That makes my decision easier. That makes my life a lot simpler. Okay. So I guess it is possible to get a little win streak going with this deck as well. But ooh, they got the Oviraptor mate. That one looks kind of nice. That's cool. Bezro, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for spending your one and only Prime on the channel. Thank you. Helps a ton. Why don't my opponents scoop like this? Have you tried gammaing their Ash into full punk combo? I feel like that would help. The Law, thank you for the 10 months. 20 what is next? 2013 recap when? Is what I'm asking. Mr. Kanira, also thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Ah, we didn't get drolled? Really? Okay, well, I want to bait Maxi as well. Do it. There you go. Was that hard? What do I discard? Probably him. I don't need him. It's a little rude. Yeah, I need him. So, do I just go Omega Hand Rip 1 before I keep playing? I could. Like Omega Hand Rip, then Jam Sessions, yeah, I mean, pay 600. Keep playing. That seems good. See, it's not that hard to get your opponent to scoop. All you need to do is gamma them on your first turn. That's pretty damn broken, man. Gamma is a BS, sack or draw the brick card. There is nothing to miss. Card should be banned. I'm not a fan of Gamma either. I don't know if it should be banned, but I am not a fan of the design of Gamma either. Yeah, it's there are cards out there like Gamma that I will play them myself if I deem them necessary, but I am not a greatest fan of their design. I don't like it. Brigadier, thank you for the prime. Trembleford, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you guys. Oh no, not the driver. Please just go Vakaushi. There's not been... We haven't played against a single super heavy yet. I'm about to take out these Droll and Lockbirds because they're not that great against Labyrinth, let me tell you that. Thank God we didn't go first. This hand was a complete brick, by the way. Never Lucky, thank you for the prime. Rommel Fox, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Almost an entire year, 11 months. Thank you. Not the Swow again. Wait, no effect? Oh, okay. Not the Swa. I'm ogring the Moyi. Why am I getting flashbacks to yesterday? Didn't the exact same thing happen yesterday? Drew my Ghost Ogre against Sword Soul on Moyi. But I think yesterday I went first and got killed regardless. Okay, pass and give me a Zeamin off the top. Easy as that. And then they don't have any hand traps. Denied. Noted. Okay, cool. Sick. We're being long yanned. It's not great. Oh, right. Long Yan did go back to 3. Maybe that's why people are playing Sword Soul again. Which is weird because that is not the reason why Sword Soul wasn't good. The fact that Long Yan was at 2 was not the problem, but okay. It's funny because if they burn, I can special my gold prides. It's very funny. It's very funny, the fact that I get to, yeah. Why is it not good then? I mean, it's not bad. It's probably around the same power level as the deck that I'm playing, so I don't actually hate it. Like, it's not much worse or better than the Gold Pride deck, but it's just a little too fair, man. Wait, why did you summon this Ashuna? Why didn't you just discard it for a Longyan and kept the blackout? Hello? It doesn't die to Droll. That is true. It's pretty good against Droll, actually. I mean, sometimes you skip like a Moyi draw and a Shishao search if you have like Emergence first action. But it's not as bad. Yeah, you're right. Nah, if you don't... Okay, thank you for watching the frickin' stream. You didn't burn with Longyan? Are you kidding me? At least leave a sub or something. At least leave a freaking sub. Come on, man. I have to crash, yeah. I have to crash. They have a hand trap though as well. They have something, man. I'm in so much pain. Pass and fuse next turn. I think the problem is that Long Yan. Yeah, I have to do it next turn. Because it's actually very important on which turn I fuse here. Because if I fuse on my turn, the way it's gonna go is Chainlink 1 is Pinballer, Chainlink 2 is Sinister, right? So the thing gets banished before anything happens. Wait, what is this? He can't respond? No, you can, right? It only says, the only thing that's what I just checked. It says, if your life points are lower, the effect cannot be negated, but they can respond to it. It's not the same. But here, on their turn, because both are triggers, this one would be Chainlink 1 and mine will be Chainlink 2. Do I care about this, dude? Do we go over this? They go Monk? Yeah, but then can't I pop Monk? Wait, what does this do? Prepare battle or card effect. Okay, no, I do care. I need Leon here. Fuck. Don't coach them. It's random. Banish up to 3 gold pride deposits from the grave, and you do that, monster gains 500 attack for each card banished this way. Well, I mean, I guess I'll use it, whatever. Banish 2 carries, up. Give Pep. Give Longyan. Do they have follow-up though? I mean, I don't think so, but neither do I really. Because like, yeah, I have Leon, but I mean, I don't have another fusion in the extra deck. Oh no, they bounced it. I guess I do have follow-up. No, maybe I'm fine. Do I die though? No. Right? I don't die. Yeah, I don't think I die. Oh god. I think we win, which would be the best outcome because we've gained a viewer and we've won the game, which is ideal. Shoutouts to Jvipardo. They didn't sub though, which is kind of criminal. They didn't even drop a freaking prime. Maybe they are already. In which case I take that back. Is this enough damage? Oh, it is. No, it's not enough damage. But it is enough damage to... I can't play next turn, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, I lose. That is so messed up. It is actually so messed up that you... There's no world in which that was the right turn 1 play, right? Am I tripping? Not if they use synchro too early? What do you mean? I don't know if there's a way out. Why do they not pop? Well, because I dodge it with this. Chat. They actually did mess up. Anyways, shout out. At least follow the stream if you're not subscribing, you know? Appreciate you though. On a real note though, they had no way of playing around it. They misplayed, but I actually had a line that they couldn't prevent. If they don't use the synchro on the carry, I make the level 6 synchro, right? And the level 6 synchro will destroy the long yan anyways. So what happens is, when I make the synchro, they are forced to use the long yan, and then I chain the pinballer. Motorbike. I'll ash the motorbike. Maybe they bricked. They gamma. I have maxi. You are a soldier. If you have ash too, I'm quitting the game. No, okay. Yeah, Royal Gamma would never summon Driver from hand. That would never happen. Can I sub and snipe peacefully? Hey, as long as you're subbed, I don't care. Peace. Oh, one more win and we actually made Masters. What? What's going on? Where did this win streak come from? What if you're subbed and snipe, but you play Mathmech? Well, that just means you have other problems. You know, on the one hand, you're sub, but that means you're based. At the same time, you're sniping and you're playing Mathmech. So it's 2-1. So you're messed up. Okay. What is the best order of actions here? I don't want to start with teleport because it's the worst into Max C. And I can keep teleport for Ghost Ogre if they do interrupt me. I think it's Ogre Dance. Okay, they have no complaint here. I think then it's Vagon. Vagon. Yep. Droll question mark? No. Vagon F. No response. Ooh. Do we rank up with the gold pride? Ghost Ogre on the field spell. I respect it. I respect it. That is pretty good. Okay. Do I need to go Shirakuzai here? I guess Shirakuzai makes it so I don't have to discard for Foxy Tune, right? Because if I go Zeamin, I have to go Foxy Tune, but I get 3 monsters. No, this. You need access to Shirakuzai for the amazing on their turn. Yeah, I haven't really been going for that line. I guess I still could, but It's a very good line. So for that, I mean, I could still do it. I could just summon Shirakuza here, make Carp, and then tag out into these two, right? Which also would... The cool thing about that is it would get all of the punks out of my deck, so I don't draw into any more stupid punks, because I don't need them anymore. That's fine. So the line you are talking about is I make Dragon Drive now, right? And I bring back Shirakuza with the Deer Note, and I just let those vibe, right? They just vibe there. What I could also do, though, is I could do the same with Dragite, right? I could make Dragite and bring this back, so I have a Spell Trap Negate, and after I use my Spell Trap Negate, I can quick Synchro into the Amazing Dragon. Which in return, I wouldn't get the Jam Dragon search. So would I rather have a Dragite Negate, or would I rather have a Ghost Ogre in hand? Is the question, I suppose. This is also better if there happens to still be a Nibiru or something like that. Jam Secret Effect might come up. If they activate in response, you can special summon this card. I don't think that's going to come up. Do you want to get access? I'm definitely going to make a rank 3. Like, I'm going to keep... I'm going to summon Leon, make the carry. Here. That is going to happen. The question is just which level 8 am I going to leave? Ghost Ogre makes it so your interactions are independent of each other? Yeah, because I'm not forced to use the Spell and Trap Negate first. I think I've talked myself into doing it this way. I do think Ghost Ogre on average is a weaker interaction than a Spell and Trap Negate, but I think it's fine here. Dragite is better into Super Heavy. I think Ghost Ogre is pretty good into Super Heavy. I wouldn't be mad if it's Super Heavy. The big risk here is if it's not Super Heavy. Like if it's a deck where Ghost Ogre is complete trash. So here, I think I'm searching... I mean, I'm searching this one, right? But I'm probably getting carry for the trap card. Do I Foolish? I don't Foolish, right? Because I only play one... No, but I do have to Foolish. I do have to Foolish. Yeah, I do have to send the baller. Oh, we win. Okay. I mean, we had a lot of disruption. We had... Amazing Dragon to bounce like 4 cards. We had the Punk Trap card potentially tagging out into Pinballer for the fusion. We had Ghost Ogre, we had Maxi. We had 1 draw from the spell card in the end phase, which could have been another hand trap. So yeah, I mean, let's check what deck they were playing, but I think we were beating most decks with that. I mean, we've been winning a ton, but okay. Oh, what? Okay, yeah, we're probably beating that. Evil Eye Gold Pride? What is the synergy here? Does this pay life points? You lose 500 life points. It does pay some life points. The Mirror? I wouldn't really call it the Mirror, but sure. Evil Eye pays insane amounts of life points. Okay. It doesn't even play pin... Although it does play Pinballer. I missed the Roller Baller up here in the corner. okay, I suppose. I don't know, man. Gold Pride. Gishak, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gold Pride, I kind of have mixed feelings on this deck. On the one hand, it's performing okay overall. I mean, we've just now won like 8 or 9 games in a row, but we also lost a couple games in a row before that, so it evens out. I think we've gone a little positive with it. I mean, we ranked up into Master, so it's not that bad, but it's like, is it great? I don't know. I really do wish that the Gold Pride cards would be good enough on their own. That does not mean that I don't like the Punk cards. I do like the Punk cards a fair bit. I just wish that both of these engines would be good enough on their own, right? Because the Punk cards I don't think are good enough on their own, and the Gold Pride cards don't feel good enough on their own as well, which if you think that thought through, means that even if you play both of them together, you don't always have both of them together in your hand, right? You don't always have access to both. And yeah, the Punk cards can access the Gold Prides through a rank 3 if you can get there, but that always requires you to already get there, right? It resolve your stuff, right? So I don't know, and the problem with this specific combination of 2 engines, I think, that I'm noticing, is that both of these engines do a very similar thing on the first turn, which is you pretty much get your entire engine out of your deck on turn 1 and you have no recovery, right? Because the entire thing of the Punk is get all of the Punks out on turn 1, right? Like Zeamin, Search, summon Shirakuzai summon Vagong and Deer Note, synchro into the 8, whatever. Like, you have nothing left after turn 1. Right? Your entire Punk stuff is done after turn 1. And the same is true for Gold Pride pretty much. Because, like, you know, the trap card requires you to have 3 of the same thingy. Like, even if one of them is missing, it's now not a consistent interruption anymore. And the problem with the Gold Prides as well, like Punks, you at least have the option to play more. Gold Prides, there isn't really much more you can do. I mean, even if we wanted to, let me see, even if we wanted to, what are we gonna do? Like, legit, you can't. I mean, more roller ballers, I suppose, but we're not gonna play freaking Nitro Head. We're not gonna play freaking Nitro Head. So I don't know. It doesn't really have... I mean, Nitro Head on its own is like an okay card. It's an okay card, but I'm not sure. I mean, you could try to make a pure Gold Pride deck. I wouldn't be completely opposed to it. You can play... I remember we tried this in the TCG back when Gold Pride came out. What did we play? We played like Teleport for Frankenderp, which is also a fine normal summon because it pays life points and draws a card. You can play Terror Top in Master Duel, which is at 3, which is a 1-card thingy. You can play Tour Guide for Captain Carey as well. Instant Fusion maybe. Is Instant Fusion legal in Master Duel? I don't even know. No, it's not. But like, you know, there is ways you can play it, but I don't know how you would get Grind Game into this deck. Because you could probably get it very consistent, the Gold Pride side of it. I think it's a matter of the Punk cards simply provide too much to this deck, because it's not only consistency by getting your life points low to turn on all of your cards. It also is another like layer of play that makes it possible to play through hand traps, because your opponent is going to be busy hand trapping the Punk portion of your combo, and when they do that, you just extend into the Gold Pride cards. I feel like they have too much synergy not to be played together, but at the same time, the fact that they both have the same freaking problem, which is basically follow-up, because they both don't really have any freaking follow-up, makes this deck kind of awkward, because it has the same problem. Like, if every time our board got broken, we weren't able to follow through, right? Has like 0 in-engine board breaking too. I mean, the punk cards I think are bad into boards. The gold pride cards are actually not that bad, because you can all special summon them, right? Gold pride needs punk, but punk doesn't need gold pride. It's a fair point. You can probably pair punk with more other stuff than you can gold pride, but I'm still sticking with the argument that pure punk is probably not powerful enough. Like, pure punk is a functioning strategy, don't get me wrong. You can pull off a bunch of sick combos, draw some cards with it, but in the long run, pure punk simply doesn't make a powerful enough board to justify playing a deck with almost no follow-up. Read the gold pride quick play. Hold up. Gold pride. Pedal to the metal. Target a gold pride you control until the end of this turn. It gains 500. Can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Cannot activate its effects. During the end phase, if a face-up gold pride you control was destroyed by battle or card effect, you can set this card from your grave. Okay, there's no way you mean that one, because this one is complete garbage. Okay, yeah, you mean this one. Okay. That came out of nowhere. Special summon a gold pride from hand or grave. Then your opponent can special summon a monster from their hand or grave, but negate its effects. You can only activate one gold pride that came out of nowhere per turn. Okay. I mean, a Reborn spell isn't bad. In a pure gold pride deck, you would probably play that maybe as a one-of. It's not a great card, though. It doesn't fix the follow-up problem. Having one Reborn spell does not fix the follow-up problem, because you're still running out of the good monsters way too fast. But yeah, I mean, bring back Leon, bring back another one. I can see it. It helps in the grind game. That is true. It does help a little bit. Okay. Why does it let your opponent special? I mean, it's not too bad, honestly, because your opponent's monster's effects are negated, and you can either just equip it with the fusion monster, or you can destroy it with any of the extra deck monsters. Deal with it pretty much. Like, this one can destroy it, this one can destroy it. Like, it's fine. If your opponent summons a monster, it's fine. The sad part is that the OCG support for the deck doesn't fix their inherent issues. What the hell was the OCG support again? I forgot. What was the... Is this already included here? Or is that stuff that's not even in Master Duel yet? I forgot what they even gave gold pride. Oh, right. We just read that recently. That was the new Synchro 8, right? And the new level 5. That was like a week or two ago. Right. I remember now. Yeah. It wasn't bad, but it didn't fix those issues that I just mentioned. That is true. Yeah. Ape Man Paradise, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Also, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, okay, I see. If I want to play the deck, am I safe to disenchant my second star Leon, or is there a possibility I might need to? If you're playing pure gold pride, there's a chance you might want to for the grind game. If you're planning on playing it mixed with other decks like punk, I don't think you're gonna need a second one. In a pure gold pride deck, I might play a second one. It recycles itself. I mean, only if it stays on the board until the end phase, right? Very often you're going to use this and then it's going to die during the turn, and then it's not going to return itself, right? So in that sense, I could see needing a second one. The same is true for the fusion, right? Because even if you can recur your main deck monsters, if you run out of the extra deck monsters, that's kind of bad, right? What do you think about Goblin Gold Pride soon here in the TCG? I haven't looked into it yet. I'm gonna be honest, I think the Gold Pride cards have some amount of potential because they're so easy to enable, right? Anything that pays life points makes you able to just have a bunch of extenders in your deck that some of them even go +1, right? I mean, only Carry really goes +1, Leon goes +1, but it locks you, you know? So, like, yeah, it's questionable, but the cards are... The Gold Pride cards are decent. I think Gold Pride is the closest in recent years that they've gotten to make actually relevant cards, together with Libromancer, which was also barely relevant at some point, but has some potential, right? Cook with Runic? Not today, not today. We're actually gonna call it a day here, 5 minutes early, but I'm not gonna leave you guys completely without content, because we actually I don't have a raid for you today, but I have a new YouTube video that I'm about to publish, so I can send you guys over there. I'm gonna make it public right now and send you the link in chat. So we're raiding my YouTube channel today for a change. We are raiding my YouTube channel for a change. Let me see. Did I make it? Did I make it go live? It is live. Yeah, okay. I will send you the link to my newest YouTube video, and you guys are all gonna go. You're all gonna watch it, and you're all gonna subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Right? So we're self-rating today. We're self-rating. Okay, the link to the newest YouTube video is in chat. Until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the subs, as per usual. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the discussion earlier. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. I don't know what exactly we're going to do tomorrow yet, but